game. There we go. Hello. 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 What? Hello. Welcome. Hello. What?
New badge. Silly Azumi, silly Azumi, silly EO, silly EO, silly EO, silly
Let's fucking
party,
go.
silly party, silly heart, silly heart.
Ah! Thank you for the what?
I will.
I will. Thank you, Cells, for the resub, and thank you for Lascar for the resub. Thank you. Thank you. Ow. Oh, thank you. Welcome back, both of you, for 9 months. Holy shit. Hey guys, do you know when do you notice anything different? Do you notice anything different? I can kind of move a bit more, not that much, but it's mostly just my mouth. It's mostly just my mouth. I tested out V-Bridger on my own model. It's kind of like a little bit scuffed, but you know, that's fine. It was for the concept.
It was for the concept. Show my support to the best Canyon player of all time. Keep up them amazing swings, Celia Party.
Thank you, Vanilla, and welcome back for 5 months. Welcome back. Oh. Okay, thank you for the sub with Prime. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Everyone welcome NekoHimeLotus. We are going to be doing her model from now on. Well, from not forever, but she is the new VTuber we will be rigging on stream. Forever. Forever. But yeah, art is super cute. I wanted to talk a bit before I get into rigging today. I do have some food on the way, but oh my gosh, all of you guys are like, rig, I need the information. But I want to talk a little bit about V-Bridger though before I get into rigging today. Pretty much like V-Bridger is like new extra like plugin for VTube Studio that adds like extra stuff, but it's kind of hard to do much with until we have blend shapes in Live2D. So yeah, but I wanted to try doing it, so I tried with Lotus's model, and it is working, but I tried it with my own model too, but it's definitely something that will be easier once blend shapes are available. Up until then, I probably won't do it again. But it does mean that using this means that I have a few extra things I can do that I couldn't do before. Not like extra, but like, so before when I was eating, I'd go like, you know, like, when I would eat. But now, watch. Wait, let me, watch. So pretty much it means that like my mouth isn't gonna be going like nom, 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 unless I'm like actually eating with my mouth open, but you know, ideally I'm not. But yeah, and it's a little bit more responsive in terms of like face turn. I feel like I can like do stuff a little bit faster. And then also, I can like kind of pout a bit. Like I can make my mouth smaller and bigger. Oh, so thank you for giving the sub to Kuko. But so I can go like, and then I can go like, oh nine, wow, that's super wait, can I do poggers? Poggers? It's really hard. But so I can like, I can like make my mouth like smaller, kind of. If that makes sense. Oh, thank you, Lotus, for the resub. Thank you. I'm using iFacial mocap, but I'm not using the 3D one. I'm using just the normal one. But I might like check out the 3D one. So I was trying to use the VTube Studio one because you can use that as an input as well. But I noticed that you still have the delay that VTube Studio has. It's kind of not like laggy, but it's slightly delayed, just a little bit. So I think iFacial mocap might actually be a little bit more responsive in that sense. Yeah, the only downside to using this in general is that you don't get the the movement config that you have in VTube. Oh my god, I hiccuped. In VTube Studio, like, cause like normally, you know, you can set like X, Y, Z, like position, like distance. You don't have the option to use that when you have these activated, and I'm not sure if that is something that could be adjusted later with FreeBridger, but currently it does disable that, which is a bit of a bummer. So like when I get further away, it won't automatically do that. You'd have to like rig it in Live2D, which is kind of annoying. It's not like that bad, but it's like I wish I could kind of just use the built-in VTube Studio thing for that. So that's a bit meh, but otherwise. Oh, thank you for giving the sub to Blaze. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Guys got a hype train, but I just started. My food will be here momentarily, so I guess we'll get to test out eating with that. I have not eaten lunch yet, so that will be a way to test that, I guess. I look so like jelly. Also, it like moves my model so much when I do that. I don't know why. I don't know why it like picks that up as like, I don't know, like face movement. I'm not sure why that is like that, but maybe that's a VTube Studio thing. I don't know. But yeah, I'll look more I'll look less unnatural, I guess, when I move my jaw like down. Because up till now you couldn't really move your jaw downwards without the mouth opening at the same time, but now they can be separate. Yeah, it's like just a slight upgrade, but I think once blend shapes are added, then it will be a little bit. Also, why am I over here? Once blend shapes are added, I think it will be way easier to implement. Yeah. But yeah, pretty much all I've done on this model so far is the mouth stuff. Oh.
Osha 9 months. Let's.
But welcome back for 9 months. Thank you for the resub. Yeah, oh my gosh, it's finally been 9 months, huh? Oh my god. Time be flying. But yeah, I've only really done the mouth so far. Otherwise, I haven't really touched most of the model. I have done some, I did a lot of the art mesh stuff already, but there's still a lot of art mesh stuff for me to do. But since this is the first stream, I might as well show the full model off. There's a lot of frills. We will be here for a very long time doing the frills. We will be here for many, many days doing the frills, but that's okay. That's okay. That's part of it. But there is a lot of frills. A lot of frills. Like a lot of frills. Yeah, that's gonna be a lot, but we'll get there. And that's like, yeah. Be frills for days. Yeah. Yeah. What? Yeah, so I'm probably gonna be I'm probably gonna be doing the eye stuff today is what I'm thinking. Probably. And then like the mouth stuff is pretty much done, I would say. I want to like fix it up a little bit more, but I think it's pretty good for now. And I don't know, maybe we'll get to like face angles today. I'm not sure. It depends like how things go, I suppose. I haven't done like the brows or anything yet either, so yeah. Yeah. How do you connect your VTuber toggles to the stream point redeems? I'm using a plugin called CheersBot. CheersBot lets you like set up redeems to be connected to the channel points. Yeah. CheersBot, like cheerleading. CheersBot. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much for the extra separation, by the way. For those who don't know here, Junjo-kun also did a bunch of work on the model to help split it up so much. There's some separation that I wouldn't have even done. So it's like, oh man, it's a luxury PSD. Yeah. Thank you guys for the hype train. Thank you. Oh yeah. For what is it? For VBridger, so you can like use some stuff, but there's definitely overall you do definitely need to make some new parameters, and it's a pain in the ass until we get blend shapes. It's a pain in the ass to make them overall. There's a few that you could make kind of easily, but I would say like the biggest thing, like for my own model, that the stuff I added, I didn't add as much stuff as I did for Lotus's here, because I actually found out that like some stuff isn't being tracked properly with my iPad. I think that's just that's an actual issue more on their development side that they have to work on, but pretty much what I did for mine is I added the mouth shrug, and I did the mouth funnel, which is like the ooh shape, ooh. And then the mouth pucker. And that was mainly what I added for my own model. I didn't do the press lip open, or I did the jaw open, but I kind of didn't do it the way that the like tutorial shows you how, I guess. I kind of just made it do pretty much just moving the mouth down a little bit. Yeah. But I will be able to show you guys when I test the model a bit later on stream at some point, because it's kind of hard to tell. So just with the mouth open here, it's kind of fucked, but then the jaw open is pretty much linked. Pretty much these will move together at the same time. But yeah, separately they look like this. But I didn't do it exactly the same way for my own model. I made it a little bit not as separated. I did still 2 parameters, but I didn't make it so like the teeth moved down. I just moved the entire thing down, if that makes sense. Yeah, kind of wild, but yeah, I don't want to, what is it? I don't want to suggest it much yet. Until we get blend shapes, it's really kind of annoying to set up. And I think it just, the amount of, I mean, you guys are free to try if you want, but I think it's just not really, I think it's better to just save your energy and like test it out once blend shapes are a thing, because you'll have to probably do a slightly different workflow when that gets added anyway. So it's like, what is it? I feel like it's not really worth putting in the time currently to do it when the workflow is going to drastically change in like a few months or like a month or two anyway, if that makes sense. Like the way we're doing it right now works, but it's going to be a completely different workflow. So why learn the current workflow when it's going to become a new workflow soon anyway? If that makes sense. Yeah, so it's hard for me to recommend doing it right now. But if you wanted to do anything, I would say separate the mouth open and the jaw open. So do the mouth open pretty much normally, how you'd normally do it. But then for jaw open, you would just have a deformer. And you would, for the jaw open, you would move the jaw down with jaw open, and then you would move the mouth down with jaw open. But then when the mouth is up, it goes back to normal position, if that makes sense. So pretty much that, like just doing that will allow you to have your jaw moving down still, but having it separated. And then if there's anything else you would want it to add, I guess like this, the pucker could be good, or the shrug could be good. I think the pressed lip is a little bit extra and it complicates things a lot until we get blend shape, so I wouldn't touch that. Mouth funnel is good, but it's also that's what makes the ooh shape, and it's good, but it's still a little bit of a annoying thing to put in. But it's not like impossible. So I wouldn't do press lip open right now, but I would do maybe mouth funnel. But that would be a third parameter on your art meshes for your mouth. So the reason that this gets really fucked is because pretty much what you end up doing is you have all these art meshes on 4 different parameters with their own keys, and these all have to work with each other. So you have to synth a bunch of corners, and it gets really, it becomes a lot real fast. But with blend shapes, you wouldn't have to deal with any of the corner stuff, because with a blend shape, it would just easily like just apply it to the different things, and it would be independent from like an art mesh keyframe. So yeah, no, it doesn't really make sense to do it right now. Once blend shapes come in though, it will be super make sense to do it, because it'll be much easier to implement. Because you'll just be able to make like a blend shape where you're like, oh, the upper and lower lip go out more when this blend shape is active. And then you can also, with the blend shapes, you can use graphs. So you can say like, oh, I want this blend shape to be active when mouth open is at 0 and 0.5, but I don't want it to be active when mouth open is at 1. And you can use the graph to set that up very easily, instead of doing that manually like with keyframes or with synthesizing corners for 4 different, because it's 4 times 9, because there's 9 combos for each. It just gets so fucking. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it yet. But have the ideas in mind. But don't do it yet. It's not worth it. It's not worth the pain. Oh, and Tiariku, welcome. And thank you, Beth, for gifting the sub. Welcome. Yeah, we were talking about the mouth stuff. Yeah. Yeah, Blaze here has also done it. I think Blaze and I can both say, don't do it. Don't fucking do it. Not right now. It's just not worth it right now. Wait till blend shapes. It will be much easier to do, and you'll get better results once blend shapes are a thing. Blend shapes are going to be coming out in like max 3 months. Max 3 months, I think. The alpha is like almost done being tested, and then they'll be working on the beta, and that will be releasing, I think, like in about a month, maybe. And that will be when the SDK comes out as well. So, like, might as well just wait. Like, it's only going to be like maybe a month or 2 months at most until we have the blend shape SDK release. So while it is really cool to test around with right now, I think it just doesn't make sense to put in the time to learn how to do it right now. I think it makes sense to just wait a little bit and then put in the time to learn it once all those extra tools are available for you to make the process much easier is my thought on it. But it does work, but it's just much more pain right now. and the results maybe aren't as clean as they will be later. I will be right back super quick. My food was delivered and I want to grab that off the front porch. I got some lemonade tea and a little like bacon thing. Yeah, you guys can see how my mouth moves now for the eating, now that my jaw can like move down without opening. Okay, I will be right back. I'm back. Oh my god. Chill. Oh my god. Okay, I'm back. Let me get my food out. And this will be the test. This will be the grand test of eating food. The most important test of them all. Whew. Okay. Let's see. This is a bacon egg sandwich thing. Very tasty. Thank you for the hydrate. I'll sip some of this. Yeah, finally we can eat. It's pretty good because it's like kind of slightly smoked bacon. Yeah, now I can properly eat on stream, finally. This is what all my hard work was for. Just to eat. It's good. It's good. It's also a drink action. I mean, I don't know when I think it just like doesn't make my mouth go down now when I drink. I don't think you can actually, I don't know, can you tell if I'm drinking? Okay, I'm gonna take a few more sips. Okay, see if you can tell. Direct eye contact. No, so for that will actually look better. It will actually look better because in the future I didn't add the lip press to this mouth. And my iPad seems to not track it the same as like other iOS devices. So there is a parameter that's for like lip press, which would make actually the sipping like putting your lip, kind of like curling both of your lips together. That is something that can be tracked, but right now it's not working well. So I didn't rig it in because it was like, it's not gonna work anyway. But yeah, that is something that can actually be like tracked. So in the future, that will be something that I will rig. I did rig it for Lotus's one here. This one. Pretty much like it presses the lip down a bit. But yeah, when I try to track it, it does like this. It like opens the mouth, and I think that's apparently like a bug with VBridger right now. With certain iOS devices, they track differently than some other iOS devices, and the lip press it won't like pick up properly. Oh yeah, I can do this face if I like really widen my mouth. Looks kind of crazy. But yeah, so this one will like open, which will be doing like the teethy smile. I have it. I'm not sure if this will be, I don't know. This will be something that will definitely be needed to be done with blend shapes. Everything else is like with deformers, so this is fine. This stuff is easy. This is with deformers. It's the stuff that's on the direct art meshes that gets complicated. So if you just want to do things with deformers, and you don't want it to be complicated, you can do mouth shrug, you can do mouth pucker and widen, and you can do mouth X, and technically jaw open. You can do those with deformers currently, and you're fine. You're okay. It's just the mouth funnel, which makes the ooh shape better, and the lip press, lip open, which makes the like E shape better, and like the like pressing your lips, curling your lips, it will be able to track that. These two are the ones that are complicate things a lot, so I would leave these out for now, or maybe just do mouth funnel and don't do the lip press. Yeah, the other ones you can do with deformers, but it might be easier anyway with blend shapes later, is what I'm thinking. Yeah. Oh yeah, welcome. welcome. Well, thank you. Need to work. Oh yeah. Well, thank you for coming by. Thank you. And thank you for the sub. Thank you. What did I want to work on first? That's the question. Eyes, baby. Oh yeah, the other thing with using like iFacial mocap or like VBridger is that I've noticed that the eyes don't I can kind of have the eyes more around like here, and they'll track still better. And then, but I have noticed, so when I look up, it like automatically kind of closes my eyes a bit. Like I'm not moving my eyes differently, but it kind of automatically closes them. And that seems to be a specific like eye facial mocap thing, but maybe it has to do with how the algorithm is listed in VBridger. So I have to look into that maybe, because this is a bit odd, because I'm not doing anything with my eyes, but it's kind of closing. And I'm like, why? Why though? Bit odd. But overall though, it's definitely nice. Yeah. Yeah. But there is some like kind of hidden cost to it, I think. Like iFacial mocap, if you do want to use it, it is a bit more responsive than VTube Studio's tracker. That is like $8. That's like $8. And then VBridger itself is like what, $7? I don't think you really need the editor. Probably. So, you know, that's like an extra $16 that you have to think about. And then if you like, apparently iFacial mocap 3D has like better tracking even than normal, and that's apparently more. I haven't looked into that though, but so that might end up being like that together with everything else could be like 20 something, and then, you know, so there are some hidden costs apart from just getting VBridger. It's a little bit more complicated depending on what you want to end up using, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the curve stuff. Yeah, you know, no, drinking stuff with like your eyes open is a bit like, Yeah. It's also, how, you know, so it makes my eyes kind of close a bit when I look up, but then the other thing happens where when I look down, it makes my eyes open more. I'm not doing anything here. This is just the tracking. And that's interesting. I'm not sure if that's something I can correct with VBridger in VBridger itself, or if it's like, I don't know. I have to look into it a bit more. But the face angle stuff is actually definitely more reactive though. Like no matter how fast I turned my head in VTube Studio, even with like 0 physics on the face, what was it? The face still won't turn as fast, but now it seems like it's, with the iFacial mocap, it definitely moves faster. But yeah, I think it's VBridger like doing some in the algorithm. I think it has like some stuff to adjust the eye open maybe, but it's a little bit. It's odd that it's only with iFacial mocap, because in when I'm using VTube Studio for the tracking through VBridger, it doesn't do it. So I think it's just a bit odd. Bit odd. Yeah. Oh yeah, I did actually boost up the bouncy, some of the physics for the eyes a while ago, but it wasn't as noticeable. But now when I'm using this, like my eyes kind of, I feel like are more active, so maybe it's like kind of more noticeable than before. Because I did boost up the physics slightly in VTube Studio. I think it was a few weeks ago that I did that though. Yeah. So I started on the art mesh for these things, but I did not go very far. So, I'm not sure what I want to do for these yet. I might, because they're kind of small, they're so, it's very well split up. I'm just trying to figure out how I want to go about using the parts. Just a difficult decision. Because I think auto meshing everything will be a little bit rough. Or manually meshing, I mean. So I'll probably auto mesh a good amount of the eye parts. Cotton, what are you doing? What's up? She smells the food. What? Oh shoot. A raid? Oh shit. Raid. Thank you. Thank you for the raid. Welcome. Let me do a shout out. To our raid. Oh shit. Thank you. Welcome raiders. Welcome. Me do shout out. Here we go. Yeah, welcome to our raid. That's so cute. Well, you were streaming art. What were you working on? I hope you had a good stream. We've been talking about VBridger for tracking and haven't really started work yet, but we've been talking about that. Yeah. Yeah, welcome. Big fan of your rigging, so I'm glad to see your streaming when I ended. Oh, well, thank you. Know of your name actually. You did Lucy's model, right? Yeah. I drew and rigged Lucy's model. Yeah. Whoa. Working on a rig for a client. Oh, I see. Hope it went well. Yeah, I've been messing around with VBridger. I updated my own model with it, so I can do some VBridger mouth movements now. I didn't do any of the eye stuff because I was like, but there's some things that are still not being tracked properly, like the mouth press or lip press. So that is still a thing, but otherwise, I was able to somewhat implement it. It's still a pain though. I wouldn't do it again until blood shapes come out. Yeah. But thank you. Yeah, I'm probably gonna just be doing some art mesh stuff and then getting to the eyes. These can also just be autoed, I think. Maybe even less than that, yeah. Yeah, there's also some stuff in the tutorial video which like works, but for I think like for the jaw open stuff, I don't really feel like the moving the bottom teeth and like tongue and stuff down separately makes sense, because no matter what, jaw open and mouth open are going to be using the same tracking settings. So they shouldn't really be moving independently. Like jaw open will move the mouth up, like down, but like, yeah, I tried doing it with this model, but I feel like it's not really necessary, and especially with more stylized mouths, I think it's hard to do that same setup. Because for like more realistic mouths, like the teeth won't be moving, their bones, they won't move. But with a lot of anime like art, like anime art doesn't really normally assume that like bones are not bones in anime. So like teeth will move like all over the place, and that's fine. It's like a stylistic thing. But the tutorial was kind of made in a way that is more like with 3D models, where the anatomy is more of the mouth is more realistic. Yeah. So I think the tutorial is good, but then there's some things like the jaw inside of the mouth that I don't think is really needed. You can just do that on mouth open, and then for jaw, just move the whole chin down and the mouth down for when the mouth is closed, and then the mouth goes back to normal position when it's open. Yeah. That's what I did for my own model here. Because I had already done the mouth for this, so I only added like mouth funnel. I didn't add the press lip for my own model. Too much work. Yeah. Oh, Cotton, you're so cute. Hey, man. Would you like some belly rubs? Oh. Oh, boy. Ow. It's not my fault you fell off. Cotton is in a feisty mood. She like rolled over and she like wanted belly pets, but then she like rolled over a few more times and she got to like static electricity E, and when she gets that way she starts getting kind of prickly. But yeah, there's a difference between like realistic jaw movement and like anime art jaw movement, usual anime art jaw movement. So that's another thing to keep in mind. Yeah. Any plans for doing... Oh! Thank you, Mila. Thank you for giving the sub. Any plans for doing anything more with Saki AI? I would like to do something more. I'm not sure if I'll do it with Saki. I might... I got Jinsu. And I want to use her. I got her voice bank, and I've been testing out stuff with her, but I just haven't really had time to do much like cover stuff, but I would like to do something eventually. Yeah. Her like English is super pretty. I haven't gotten to really test much with the cross language stuff yet. I mean, I've tested with it, but I haven't really had time to like make anything with it. Yeah. Yeah. I didn't realize this was a Vocaloid cover until I read the description. Yeah, it's like when I was making it, I was like, this is just, I can't even tell, like I'm the one making it, but it doesn't feel like I'm making it. It's like, it's very, very cool. Very, very cool. But yeah, I was gonna mesh this so I can lock it. Squishies are so good. Yeah, it's like even for me, the person who was making it, I was like, this is so so real. Yeah, there's some parts that like sounded slightly less real, but I couldn't like tell why. But like they sounded a little bit less, but I was like, Oh yeah, thank you so much for the raid again. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Hope you have a good rest. I wish you a good recovery, a good chill time. Oh yeah, I was gonna maybe merge this. I don't know if I will though. But I was thinking about it. But I might just put it in the same deformer. That's probably fine. But this is actually fine to not be separated. But I'll just probably put it on the same deformer. And then this is clipped to that. Did this look different in the... Can't remember if this looked different in the art. So much editing on human singing that people would almost assume it was an auto-tune correction. Yeah, that is true. There can be a lot of correction on stuff that like at this point, if you have a realistic enough sounding vocal synth, then it definitely is like, who knows? Is it real? Is it fake? We'll never know. Love the model you're using at the moment. Flyaway hair really adds compliments. Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I did the art and rigging myself for my own model. Yeah, I wanted to actually add even more flyaway strands, but I was like, how much is too much? I could add endless flyaway strands, but how much is too far? Because my hair gets so fluffy sometimes. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I will do this. And then I'll just like, oh, wait, no. Maybe I'll do this and then adjust this a little bit, maybe. Oh my god, Cotton has the zoomies. Cotton, did you eat lunch? Are you zoomy? She is so zoomy right now. She just... Cotton, don't go into... Mirror dimension is off limits. Come on, come on, come on. Come on. What are you doing? What are you doing? So zoomy. Yeah, she's acting super zoomy. Yeah, flyaways are super cute. I think maybe I'll... This doesn't really... barely even need to exist, honestly, the inside here. It's just one color, so... I think in that case I can probably just do a single, like, thing like this. I think? Except for a few of these annoying bits. Yeah. Then I guess I could, I mean, I can make this border, like, not like this. Maybe like that. Probably fine. But I might actually just scooch it just slightly to the edge here. Just... Oh wait. Where's this? I'm gonna scooch this kind of slightly to the right is what I'm gonna do. Just slightly. Because I want it to go to the edge here. There we go. I just want it to line up with this edge. Yeah, there we go. And then, oh yeah, I forgot I did that. Separated the line. That's fine though. This is honestly fine too. I'm not going to be doing anything crazy with it. This could probably even be like this and it would be fine. Oh yeah, enjoy your work. Good luck with the homework. Good luck. Okay, yeah. And I did those. Okay. And then there's just this, but that should be fine. As long as they have our meshes, they don't need to be super... Yeah, that should be fine. Maybe, yeah, no, that's fine. Okay. So then I will do this. I think that's everything in here. Yeah. There we go. And then all of this needs to be in this. Oops. Oh, I'm an idiot. These also need to be in here. Okay, there we go. I'm just... Okay. 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 I might need to... Comfy vibes. So Celia on Brian's stream the other day was a fun surprise. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I didn't even like talk about that, huh? Yeah, I was on Twin and I were both speakers for a like Live2D event, Discord event with Brian Sui from Iron Vertex. We had a nice discussion about rigging and commission process and stuff. It's very good, comfy, but like good conversation, I think. It was nice and chill. Not like anything crazy stressful. Yeah, there is actually a VOD up, as far as I'm I know, on Brian's channel, I think. Brian's Twitch. There's a VOD, if you're interested in watching or listening to it. I think it's like, there's not really much visual, apart from like the reactive images, but I think it's kind of nice as like a podcast type thing. What's going on? Why are you so zoomy? Why are you so zoomy? Yeah. Oh, one thing I have noticed with using eye facial mocap or whatever with like Reridger and whatnot is like when I pop back in, it's like not as smooth as with using VTube Studio. I'm not sure if that can be something that's implemented. Yeah, I know the timing was a bit rough for some people. So I'm glad that there's a VOD out. Okay, I'm not sure if I have a link on hand, but I can do a shout out actually. I could do a shout out to Brian and then you guys can check out his channel. I think it's this. Is this the right username? I think that's right. I think that should be the right link. I think. Yeah. Yeah, so if you guys go there, you can find the discussion that Twin and I had with Brian. Yeah. But yeah, it's a good discussion for sure. Yeah, I think it was pretty early in like the morning for Twin. So I was happy that we were able to have her on there. Yeah, it was a really interesting conversation to have. There's like lots of interesting things that I hadn't really thought about like discussing or like I guess talking about specifics before. Because I talk about a lot of stuff like on my streams, but then I forget like there's plenty of people who don't watch my streams, so of course like they wouldn't have heard those things before. Because I think I talk about a lot of stuff that I kind of mentioned on the thing as well. But there's plenty of people who don't even know I stream, so yeah. You had a quick meal. What'd you get? What'd you get, Celeste? How'd you animate the follow alerts? Those weren't animated by me. Those were animated by Lily. I have the credits down below underneath the stream. You can check out her socials and stuff. Yeah. I think on her Twitch she has information about what she animates with, I think. Yeah. It's great to listen to you talking on there. Oh, I'm glad. Hello from France. Oh, hello. Welcome. Welcome. I'm gonna do the XY already for the eyeball first, and then I'll do the other stuff after, I think. I feel like I need to adjust the eye white just slightly. There's just like a slight amount that I want to move up here. Because I can kind of adjust this anyway, independent of before it goes on any keyframe. Here we go. I think that should be good. Oh yeah, I hope you did good on your quiz. Made myself a couple sandwiches, multiple sandwiches, oh shit, okay. Alright. Okay, I think that should be good for the eye white. Consume the sandwiches. Consume. Just do this out loud. I mean, I guess it depends on how big the sandwiches are. If you're talking like one of those sandwiches from Denny's, it's like, you know, it's a lot of sandwich. Depends on the size of the sandwich. That should be fine, and then I will just go like this, I think. There you go. You can see when it comes to sandwiches, really? That's a bit of a specific thing. That's fair though. Congrats on getting partner. Thank you. Yeah, we got partner. We got those sweet quality options. We gotta love those quality options. What kind of sandwiches? Okay. Wait, I need more details. Like what'd you put in the sandwich? Are these like turkey ham sandwiches? Are these like grilled cheese sandwiches? Like how much content are in these sandwiches? Are there some tomato? Some mozzarella? An odd love for sandwiches. Okay. This also would be in here. Okay. Outer eye. There we go. I guess that's fine, actually. Do you know what a chicken crescent square is? Like chicken croissant? Like one of those chicken croissant like breakfast sandwiches? Those are good. Simple turkey ham sandwiches. Oh, okay. yeah, that's a good snack. Yeah, it's an interrogation about your sandwich choice. Very, very serious topic here. Very, very serious. We take our sandwiches seriously here. Let's see. Yeah, welcome. Dough with a mix of ranch and chicken pieces. Oh. Huh. Okay. Interesting. It's a dough? Wait. It's dough with chicken and ranch inside of the dough? Like in the dough? In the dough. Interesting. Okay. That sounds good though. Like that with mayo and lettuce. What program do you use to draw? I use Clip Studio Paint to draw. Not sure what New uses, the person who did the art for this model that I'm working on right now. Yeah. And then we do the combined thing. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, that looks fine. Okay. You have the ranch and chicken mixture in a bowl. Then you have the dough squares laid out. Oh, like you have like pastry, like phyllo dough. You have the dough squares laid out. Then you add a spoonful of the center of the dough. Okay. I understand. I understand now. Okay. I understand better now. Okay. I see. Asking because I might be getting a drawing tablet soon. Oh, I see. Yeah, I really recommend Clip Studio Paint. Super good. Lots of different brushes. You can use the asset store. It's super easy to navigate to like download new brushes. Lots of them are free. Lots of really good resources. I feel like my snack's not gonna be enough and I'll have to go get more food. Oh, bad. I mean, gotta eat. And you have that on a sandwich. Wait. So... Slurred bread, mayo, lettuce, ranch, and chicken mixture. Oh, I see. Okay. I understand. I'm sorry. Okay, I think I get it now. Oh, and thank you for the stretch. I realized I missed a stretch earlier. I'll super stretch. Oh yeah. Clip Studio always has like sales all the time, so you can often get it for not full price. I only upgraded to like the higher version because I wanted to use like the 3D stuff. Yeah. You don't really need it though. It's very extra. If you're doing comics though, then X is very good. Oh yeah, now you guys can more clearly see or when I'm like trying to shake my head to get my hair out of my face. I guess I'll move these down. And this, yeah. Yeah. Oh, spooky mode makes my eye color like pitch black. It takes the highlights out as well, so if you redeem spooky mode and then redeem the red eye redeem, it will tint the eyes red, but the highlights will still be gone. It's a unique combo. Super combo. Whoa. It is so windy outside. I thought there was an earthquake almost, but it was just so heavy wind. Like the apartment just shook a bit. Holy shit. It is so windy outside. Holy moly. Yeah, it's a constant struggle between the spooky eyes and the red eyes, I feel like. Yeah, it's so windy today. It was nice though this morning, like what was it? This weekend, this earlier, like I think it was Friday. It was so hot. It was like 95, 100 almost degrees, and I was like sweating my ass off, but it finally cooled down this week, thank God. Thank God. Okay, that works. I was contemplating maybe moving these side highlights down as well with the eyeball. Why? But maybe not. Maybe that's a little bit extra. Red eye redeem is like wine. Yeah, kinda. Oh, the... yeah. So it's really scary if you're like in a car and there's like a huge gust of wind and you're not expecting it, because you really have to like... I remember once my parents were driving us like somewhere, and like there was such a huge gust of wind that the car in front of us almost flipped over like from just the sheer like amount of wind, and it was super scary. Like all the cars in front of us like almost like they all like lifted up their like the right side of the tires, and it was like it was super scary. Everything was fine. No one flipped over, and like everyone, there's no issues, but it was definitely scary. It was like on the coast, and it was like a super windy day. Yeah, I remember our car lifted up a little bit, but not too much. But I remember very clearly the car in front of us like was at like it lifted up definitely maybe like 30 degrees up into there on one side. Very scary. Yeah, we were like, it was like a road trip, so we couldn't really like pull over easily. I mean, we could, but like it wouldn't really help. It might make it worse. When you go through like some areas can be pretty spooky. Good luck with the rigging. Thank you. I'll do my best. I'm kind of putting off doing the blinking here. I should probably just do it though. This will make the max for this 1.2 actually. It's just annoying to deal with the Nah, it's easy, I'll just do 2. It's easier that way. I think I had, if I remember right, I had a ref here for the eyes. Is this? No, okay. It was the happy eyes I had the ref for. Okay. It's for the happy eyes. Yeah, okay. So for the closed eyes, I will just shoot for something near that area. In that general vicinity. still like to make this go more down. And then yeah, it always looks a bit weird until I get to the part where I'm actually squishing down the eye white. Yeah, I think that should do it. And then for this can be like go. And then I guess I'll turn off the hair for now. Need to fix up the art mesh a bit though. Welcome, welcome. How would you go for separating a pleated skirt? Would you need to separate each pleat? I guess it depends how you'd like it to move, but in general it would be good if you separate each pleat, but it also depends how many pleats you're talking about. But yeah, ideally you'd want every pleat separated. Yeah. That way you can kind of move them slightly differently for the like left and right movement and like the physics, so that you can show a bit of like uniqueness between the two of them, or between each pleat. Yeah. For the like behind the skirt, you could probably get away with not really separating each individual pleat for the back, but for the front, I would definitely say separating each individual pleat would be a good idea. Yeah. And then yeah, I will have to adjust this a bit. I'll probably need to actually make the art mesh a bit better. But also, it ends up being like, how noticeable is it? It's kind of a little bit squiggly, yeah. Yeah, it is a bit squiggly after all. Maybe I will redo this then. little too squiggly after all. Oh, this needs to have more. And maybe here as well. Also here. And also here. Okay, that should be a little bit better, ideally. Oh yeah, I was working on trying to get some other stuff running today, so I didn't try to get the throwing stuff working today, unfortunately. I made the jacket on physics with body Y. Looks great in Live2D preview, but not in VTube Studio. It barely moves there. What am I doing wrong? So it could be that there's a few things that it could be. One, you want to double check that when you're in your physics window, you want to make sure that the top number is hidden. Top number here. You want to make sure that this, oh, not this. Top number here. You want to make sure that this is set to 60, the calculated FPS. So you want to make sure that whatever this is set to, you also have VTube Studio set to. So you want to make sure that VTube Studio is set to 60 FPS as well. Apart from that, you also should check body Y and see how much body Y is moving in VTube Studio. It might be that body Y is like when you're moving up and down, maybe body Y isn't moving as much as you want it to. So you might have to adjust the maximum input and output, or maximum input, min and max for the input, and make it more easily movable. Because it might be that when you're moving your head up and down, body Y is only going to like maybe 10 or negative 10 instead of like 30 or negative 30. So that could cause it to not move as much. Those would be my first things that I would suggest checking. Yeah. Because really a lot of the time it is like when you move things in VTube, in Live2D, like they're moving exactly as you're moving the sliders, but in VTube Studio, you don't like moving your head up and down, like rotating it. You don't do it as much as you'd think you would. So you might have to adjust the maximum input and minimum input, because I have to normally adjust mine to be more sensitive. It does actually pick it up much better with iFacial mocap and VBridger, but with VTube Studio normally I had like angle Y and body Y. I would have those like both set to like maximum 20 and minimum 20, negative 20 for the input. I'd pretty much make it easier to move those, because otherwise I wouldn't like look down as much otherwise. Yeah. I hope that answers your question. Yeah. Oh yeah, thanks for coming by. Good luck at campus. This sole is a little bit squiggly. Thought I did it enough, but maybe I still need to actually do it more. Go back, okay. Maybe I might actually redo this. This is fine, but I think I might redo this now that I have the new, the slightly better mesh. One more. Or I might try, let's see. Sometimes this works better. Yeah, this bottom part is still kind of ugly. This mesh, this needs to be better. Do models require updates to use VBridger, or will they see some improvements without additional integration? So there are just a few small improvements that you will have without doing anything, pretty much. So you can like load different profiles. There's like default, and then there's like ARKit advanced or something. If you use like the default one, it'll still be good. You'll still have like, you'll be able to move your jaw down without the mouth opening, and the brow tracking will be a bit more sensitive, a bit easier. And you'll be able to kind of close your eyes a bit easier. So there are some things, but you also do lose some things by doing that as well. Yeah. Like you won't be able to use the movement config in VTube Studio, but that like makes your model get smaller or bigger, or like move to the left or right or up and down and stuff. That will be disabled when you're using VBridger, which is a bit unfortunate. Yeah. And you may have to adjust some values again when you're using VBridger compared to when you're not using VBridger. I had to adjust my mouth stuff a bit when I connected VBridger. Had to adjust some stuff. So I would suggest making like a copy of your VTube JSON file, the like VTube settings file for your model, and make a copy, and then like use that copy, or use the original one and have the copy as backup. Use the new one as do settings for like VBridger and stuff, so you at least have your settings if you're not going to use VBridger, because you might actually have to adjust some stuff. Yeah. But yeah, for most parts of that, what people want it for, you will need new parameters, new rigging for that, and it will be a pain in the ass until we have blend shapes. So if you're a client, I would recommend ask. I don't even know if like now would be a good time to ask, because until blend shapes are out, it's really a pain in the butt to do. I wouldn't really suggest asking anyone to like do it for you yet. If you are a client, don't ask your rigger to do it yet, because it's just a pain. You could ask if they might be open to it in the future once blend shapes are added, but I already got a few DMs from my people who I've done rigging for previously, asking about updates, and I was like, yeah, we can do it probably eventually, but I'm waiting until blend shapes before I'm offering that. Yeah. Blend shapes should still be coming out relatively soon. It's in the alpha version, and the alpha testing is almost over, and then after the alpha testing and they do some adjustments, then that will be coming out with the beta along with the updated SDK. And that will, once the SDK is out, then that can be implemented. Because right now, if you export something from the alpha version with blend shapes, you can't like import that into VTube Studio. It'll like break because it's not supported yet. So it's mainly just for testing stuff. But yeah, but we should be getting blend shapes though, along with the rest of the other big features that they're adding in 4.1. But yeah, we just have to wait for the beta and SDK to come out. Which will not be probably for another month or two. Yeah. But they did get delayed back like a year ago, but they are coming out soon. What are blend shapes? So if you guys have ever seen like 3D models, those use blend shapes for all of the mouth forms. Pretty much it's like a deformation added onto something else. When it comes to Live2D, it will pretty much make it so that you can have a toggle parameter on an art mesh that affects everything when it's on. It's kind of hard to explain. The easiest way to say it is like it's like how 3D model blend shapes work, but that doesn't make sense if you don't know what blend shapes are in 3D either. I do have a VOD up on my VOD channel of back when I was testing around with the alpha version. If you are curious about how they work, I do have a VOD up from a while back of when I was testing out the beta or the alpha a bunch and messing with blend shapes and demonstrating how they interact with things. That was like, I think it was like a month or two ago that I did that, but that is a thing. Yeah. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Let me sip some of this. Oh yeah, I've started getting the tea that I used to get again, and I think they've started making it good again. For a while, they stopped making it good, so I stopped getting it, but they've finally gotten back to their groove or something because it tastes good again. Yeah, once the beta comes out, we also get access to color adjustments, screen and multiply in Live2D itself, which will be super awesome. And there's some other really cool things that are being added. Super excited for it. I just wish I could use it now. Now, gimme. Gimme. Changed the body Y in VTube Studio and the min-max thing and it worked. Oh, awesome. I'm glad to hear. Yay. Yeah, oftentimes you'll have to maybe adjust the sensitivity of angle Y or body Y because it won't move as much because it's kind of harder to move your head that much compared to just moving a slider in Live2D. Yeah. Though I have totally noticed that with facial mocap and VBridger, like I had to reset my settings pretty much because it detects like the face movement much faster. I don't have to like move my head up and down nearly as much as before for VTube Studio. Yeah. Wow. 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 Bouncing all over the place. But it used to be really hard to do that with VTube Studio, like normal tracking. I would like kind of like do like this instead of like an actual circular motion. Yeah. Already using it just for the mirroring and mesh creation. Yeah, exactly. I've been doing that too. I think the last 4 commissions I've done, I've been using the mirrored mesh creation. Though for this commission, I actually am not really able to do that too much because the model isn't actually very symmetrical. The art was drawn kind of symmetrical, but not completely. There's a lot of not symmetrical parts. So I don't have, I can't do it as much. At this point, I'm just redoing this entire mesh. Sometimes it's just necessary, I think. Sometimes you do what you gotta do. At this point, I'm basically redoing this entire mesh. It's just not my intention, but here we are. It's just like the edges like this kind of get warped if I don't. But then I have to redo this again too. I just want it to be... I should have just done a better mesh from the get-go. This is my bad. This is on me. Spin redeem. Oh god. I want to do one like Faf has. They have it like, they just straight up just start rotating. Like in a... just rotating all over the place. I'd love that. I'm just gonna call this good enough now. Even though it probably isn't, but I just need it to be... I just need it to not be as wobbly, please. Yes, it's, part of it is the resolution, but it's also, yeah, part of it is the resolution. This model is, what was the canvas size again? 2900 by 5000. Like, I'd normally do like 4000 by 8000 or something for the resolution, but it's still okay. I can still work. I've worked with like smaller resolution models before, but having higher res ones definitely make the eye line a little bit like cleaner sometimes. Definitely. Trying to remember. So I might move this up a bit more still. Yeah. Oh yeah, enjoy your lurk. Have you been enjoying the game, Marcellus? I was honestly expecting like, whenever I recommend, like, especially with mobile games, I feel like when you recommend mobile games, it's like most of the time people kind of like play for your day and they're like, ah, nah, actually this is my thing. So I was surprised that you're still playing. I'm glad though. Okay, and then I will adjust things for this. Looking to try it out sometime soon. What would you say you like the most about it? I really like, honestly, I do really like the characters and the art. The art in the Live2D is something that I just really, really like. And I also really like how generous the game is when it comes to like being a free-to-play player. Like, it doesn't feel like you need to spend money, really. Like, especially as time goes on, I feel like it's even, like, the more you play, the more friendly it is for being free to play. Where I feel like a lot of games go the opposite direction. The more you play, the less freebies you get, and the, like, more kind of rough it is to not spend money. But I feel like this game is, like, the longer you play, the easier and easier it gets. Because, like, you can do, like, weekly, like, PvP stuff, and you get plenty of gems from that. You get, like, tons of gems for the daily stuff. They have events all the time that give you a ton of stuff. Yeah, I feel like the game kind of is more free-to-play friendly than a lot of other mobile games I've played. But definitely the art is one thing I really love about it, though. It's too into them and didn't want to get the point where I'll use money. Oh, I feel that. I feel that. Love looking at your model. Love these warm colors. Oh, thank you, thank you. Yeah, wavy hair. Oh yeah, maybe I'll some short hair for a while. Mix it up. Where? There. See, eye white. Glad you like it. Yeah, I really like Destiny Child. Really fun. Do you actually have wavy hair in real life? Yeah. That my model is like pretty based on me. It's not like a completely different look from myself, I would say. It's more of just an anime characterized version of myself. So my hair is pretty wavy, pretty all over the place. All over the place. No, I used to have my hair this short before COVID, and then I have not cut it since. My hair is so fucking long now. It's past my boob. It's like down to my waist at this point. It's getting bonkers long. I need to get it cut though. Yeah, I have ears in real. I have cat ears in real life. Oh, hey, Nameless. Welcome. No, Pumpkin. Welcome. Whoa.
Another month of Celia. Let's fucking go.
Thank you, SGM, for the 2-3 resub. Thank you. Yeah, another month. Let's fucking go. Yeah. Decided to pick up Destiny Child. Any tips? I guess like a good tip I would give is for like the first, I'd say like month or two of playing, like try to stick to doing the daily. They have like a daily banner that gives that's like a 6% chance instead of the normal 3%. That one's a good one to keep rolling on. You can only do it once a day, but I'd really suggest doing that because it's double the rate of the rest of the banners. And especially rolling on some of the banners, some of the individual banners can be good, but especially at the beginning of the game, you want to try to get a good variety of like elements and like types of characters, like different like attackers, healers, tanks, whatever. You want to try to get a good variety. Because like the more selective banners are normally for the current event or like current content, and the game will like cycle between like right now there's a raid event, and then I think next is going to be World Boss, which is like an event where you have like a shit ton of characters fighting a boss. But for that you want a good amount of characters, otherwise you won't be able to like do much damage. Yeah, I'm giving gacha game advice now. But yeah, the 6% banner is I would definitely suggest doing that for quite a while. If you have extra stuff, of course, then you can use it on some of the other banners, but definitely suggest doing the 6% banner at least. Yeah, welcome guys. Does your model also have a tail? No, I actually didn't add a tail because I was like, I'm never gonna show the bottom half of my model, barely ever. I would have made a tail if I felt like I was gonna show it off a bunch, but no, I didn't draw one. But I'd like to imagine I have a tail. Big bushy, big tail. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Mila, I wanted to mention, the toffee got delivered, but it's not in my mailbox, and I'm like, where'd it go? It said it got delivered, and they're like, we delivered it to your mailbox, and I'm like, it's not in my mailbox. What mailbox did it go to? I'm like, I don't know whose mailbox it got delivered to, but it was not mine. I'm like gonna see if maybe I can get it figured out, because like they're gonna notice eventually, right? That it's like not being picked up. I don't know. I'm like trying to get it figured out. I'm like, please, the toffee is here, but I can't get in. I don't have the key. Oh yeah, and the TV stand arrived. It's a different one because, okay, so I wanted to talk about this. So I put a Wayfair like TV stand on there, and the thing went through, but then Wayfair canceled it, and they're like, we don't do the corporate stuff. I'm like, what? Okay. So I had to like put a different link in for thrown to like order, but it was like the same price point. But I ended up getting a different one, but it was still gifted. But so it's set up now. It's a different one from what was listed there, but it's still a similar style. It's a bit longer, but it looks really good. I need to take a picture still of the setup, but it looks super clean. Super clean. I really like it. It's like just dealing with Lobster's old desk and putting that in that corner has like made the office look so much more like an actual like room. It's so much nicer now. I'm thinking about maybe getting like some cushions and like maybe like a low table. Maybe making it kind of like a comfy seating area. Yeah, I'm like hoping that the toffee didn't just like disappear into thin air. I mean, if someone else got it, I guess at least someone enjoys it. But I think, I don't know, I'm gonna keep checking the mail because I'm like, I have to get the key eventually, right? Like they're gonna figure it out. I don't know if I don't know. No wonder I got like 4 emails about it shipping. Yeah, I got the emails too. It kept being like, it shipped. And then they were like, they've canceled your order. And they're like, it shipped. And then they sent me another message saying, they've canceled your order. I'm like, so did it ship? Or like, how did it ship if they canceled it? I was so confused. But yeah, like after they had canceled it twice and they had shipped it but then canceled it, I don't know how, like why did it say it was shipped if it was canceled? But anyway, like after I had replaced the URL, it got shipped like immediately once I replaced it with a different thing. But yeah, it all worked out though. It all worked out. Lobster and I put it together. It's looking beautiful. Yeah, no. I was trying to make sure it wouldn't like accidentally charge you again. I was like, I don't want to. I was contemplating refunding it because I was like, I don't even know if this is gonna work anymore. So I was gonna refund it, but then it let me replace it with something else that ended up working out. So get a kotatsu. It would take up too much space. I was thinking about it, but it's way too hot here too many times out of the year. It wouldn't make sense. But that would be comfy. That would be comfy. Okay, we're almost here. 5 million years later. Almost. Yeah, we were able to get it really good. There's only one thing left that I think I'm gonna get, which is like I think I'm gonna get like a cabinet or something, because I have a printer and I have our Wi-Fi box and they're both on the floor, and I need to like get something to put them on. Because I don't know, the printer on the floor definitely like takes a few vibe points off. Definitely takes a few points off. But it's like with the fake plant that Nisaho got, it's looking so good. Just that fake plant honestly like did so much to the room. I'm like honestly like amazed. Crazy how like having some greenery, even if it's fake, having some greenery in a room can really like make it feel a lot more comfy, cozy. And yeah, like the TV stand really looks super clean. It looks so good. It looks so damn good. I'll definitely take a picture at some point. And yeah, Rose has been super into the Among Us plushie. She's been like, it's so cute. She'll like move it around. She'll like bat it around with her paw, and then she'll like pick it up with her. She'll pick it up by like the backpack, and she'll like walk around with it in her mouth. It's so cute. I tried to get it on video, but like I can never get my phone out in time. But she'll just be walking around the house with a little like Among Us dude in her mouth, just like carrying it around. It's the cutest fucking thing. I like lost my mind the first time I saw her do that. It's like, lobster, look at her. She's carrying the she's carrying the Among Us imposter. Oh yeah, I'm sitting up pretty good, but let me adjust my posture a bit. Is it her child or her prisoner? Oh, definitely the latter. She has waterboarded the Among Us plushie a few times. The squeaker's still working, surprisingly. I thought that the squeaker was a goner after the first time she like threw it in her water bowl and just was like pushing it around in there. It's still working though. She really likes it when I like squeeze it and it does the little squeaker sound, and then I throw it. She'll like chase after it across the house. She's super into it. Oh god. Rose venting? What do I want to do with this? Maybe... yeah. She's super cute though. It's funny though. I really didn't expect her to be like this into it though. I was just gonna like place it somewhere and that was gonna be that, but now she's taken such a liking to it. I'm like, well, I can't just place it somewhere. I gotta keep it in reach of her. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Thank you, thank you. Why buy cat toys when you can get Among Us plushies? Honestly, it's really funny. I mean, I think she's just really into the squeaker. We've never bought like a cat toy with a squeaker in it. But she seems to be very into it, so I'm like, I guess I should get some cat toys with squeakers in it from now on, because she seems very... Cotton doesn't give a shit, though. She does not care about it at all. She's like, what are you doing, Rose? Why are you playing with that? But Rose is super into it. She really likes it when it squeaks. Do they even sell those? I don't know. I think so, right? I think they do. I think if I just look up like cat toy with squeaker, I think there's probably some. I know that's like more of a dog thing, but I think they definitely make them though. Okay, I still want to kind of fix this. I want to make this cuter. It's a cuter shape. Should we go though? Okay. And then, probably also buy small, cheap dog toys. Yeah, that's true. It doesn't have to be like labeled a cat toy, I guess. Cat toys usually have bells. Yeah, my cats aren't super into the bells. It kind of spooks them out. I think it's too loud, but they like the squeaker. Well, Rose likes the squeakers. But yeah, the bells like spook them. So, yeah. Oh yeah, welcome. Okay, oh, I was gonna do the shadow, I guess, with this actually. I didn't remember that. For this, I will move this down like so. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Oh yeah, hello, welcome. Oh yeah, thanks for coming by. Oh yeah, I don't think I've ever had like bell collars. Yeah, it sounds like it would be really distracting for them. Or like, not fun. And then all this, have the eye smile. I might just, maybe for this. There we go. Okay, and I will use this. Well, oh shit. Oh shit. Disa, welcome back. Liga, thank you for the raid. Oh shit. Welcome. Let me do a shout out. Let's see. Shout out. You're streaming. What is this? Milk outside of a bag of milk outside of a bag of milk? What is this? Is this a game? Oh. I hope you had a good stream. I'm a little bit confused, but I hope you had a good stream. Whatever it was. Yeah, we're just doing some rigging. Oh, thank you, Istria. Thank you for gifting the sub to Stika. This chat's dad and I bought milk. Okay. I feel like I'm still missing some context, but okay. 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 Yeah, I hope you enjoy the emotes. I'm gonna try and let's see. Let's try and do this. I think this should work better. Yeah. Still need to adjust this, but that's fine. Yeah, I have my cats in the emotes now. Now that I have partner, I finally have more emote slots, so you have my cats now. Okay, this as well. Scooch down here. And then this as well. And then and then IOI can be, I could squish it, I guess, like this first. Have this here though. There we go. Okay, hide this. Yeah, we have new emotes. Yeah, there's still plenty of slots that aren't used. I need to draw. I literally need to just draw more. That'll be a slow process, but I will draw more over time. So who knows? Be on the lookout. I might add some more emotes at some point. And then this can be the same as this. Almost. I didn't realize I had made this small, honestly. Don't know what I want to make smaller though. Kind of like it being a little bit more tiny. Yeah. Oh yeah, welcome. Did I miss the mukbang part of the stream? I was eating earlier. I'm still munching though. I got a breakfast sandwich for lunch. And I've been munching on that with my my new mouth tracking. My new advanced mouth tracking tech. Oh, Maya, thank you. Thank you. Yes, we have the little check mark now. Yeah, the new tech is that I can chew. I can chew. And I can do the ooh, 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 ooh. Yeah. I can like pout. Yes. You have power. We have the power. It's a preview of what will be soon to come once we actually get blend shapes and I can do this a little bit easier with not as much pain. When it's not as much pain and we have blend shapes, I'll be able to implement it a lot better. Still no tongue tracking. Hey, rigging tongues sucks ass, okay? I still stand by that. Rigging tongues is so hard. It's so much pain. What? Another raid? Oh shit. Cult raid. Oh my gosh, that emo. Oh my god, those little hands, those little arms. Thank you for the raid. Let me do a shout out. Yeah, thank you for the raid. Stream is going good. We're chilling. We're big chilling. Let's see. You're streaming art? Nice. What were you working on? I hope you had a good one. Thank you again for the raid. Thank you. I am going to adjust this a bit. There we go. I think that's okay. Maybe this is still actually going a little bit too far to the right though. And then maybe I'll just kind of squish this over here a little bit. Yeah. Working on a Live2D commission too. Oh, nice. Hell yeah. Researching automatic animations when one winks. Ooh. Oh, I remember seeing something about that. That stuff's really cool. I want to like do that at some point, but I'm still a little bit confused about how it works. Like I kind of get it, but also kind of like, Yeah, we got a few people in here. We got a few people in here. Wink. This is looking super cute. I think that was your maybe. Yeah, I know there was I saw, what was it? I saw Erika-chan had something showing it. I had seen that before, but I saw something the other day too. Lots of stuff I want to try out though, eventually. Yeah, we just big comfy here. Oh yeah, thanks for coming by. Good luck with whatever you gotta do. Getting like 10 raids per stream on average. It's been like kind of bonkers lately. I feel like we've been getting so many more raids. Oh, I need to adjust this a little bit more still. Wait. Yeah, this needs to be... This needs to be a little bit further up. Okay, not that much. Okay, that's better. Leading up to the surprise sabotage. Oh man. I don't know. don't know about a subathon. Subathons scare me. I guess I should probably do the people stuff. Once again, every single time I do a rig, I never remember what I do for my hierarchy here. Do I want to do it above or below? I guess below. Right? I never remember how I do this. Even though I do this so much. People blink. I don't remember, so I guess I'll fuck around and find out. Oh, oops. There we go. 72 hours subathon. I die. I need to sleep. Well, I guess people do sleep on subathons nowadays. People just like leave their model up. Yeah, it'll be 69 hours of it set to I'm only sleeping, but it's literally just me like not on my PC. I'm just like doing some other stuff. I'm literally like in a different city, just like doing like having a day out, and I just have it set to I'm only sleeping. You guys are like, damn, she's been sleeping for a while, and I'm just like chilling in a different city, just doing something. Probably new child out like every week or two. That's the last two ones I did were half body, so they took me less time. This model will take me a while, I think, with all the. Have you seen these frills? I'm gonna be here for a while. Have you seen these frills? I will be here for weeks. I'm gonna be here for weeks, just doing frill movement. Yeah. Okay, and here's the wait. I gotta wait. And every single one of these is separated too. Every single one of these is separated too. I have full power to do so much, and it will take me a while, but it will be so bonkers. So bonkers. I'm gonna be so powerful. The power of every frill separated. The power. Because otherwise, the model I would say is pretty simple, but the frills are definitely gonna be like most of the work, I think. Yeah. I think it's gonna look really good in the end. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Even though it's gonna be a lot of like detailed work with the frills, I think it's gonna look really good once it's all done. Yeah. Yes. No, I'd be too scared to have like my oh, Mila, thank you. Thank you for giving this up to Yenko. Also, hey Yenko. I'd be like too like self-conscious about doing that. Also, I feel like I don't know. Apparently I snore a little bit. That'd be super embarrassing. What app do you use? This is Live2D Cubism. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, am I doing this right? Yeah. I might... I kind of like moving the pupil slightly too for the XY. Just slightly. Oops. There you go. Oh yeah, thanks for coming by. I guess for this case I might have to do the effects as well. I guess the only thing is when I do this. No, it still works. Okay. There we go. Yeah, frills are super nice. Oh, and thank you. I'll get up and stitch my legs a bit. Let me push my chair back. Stretch a bit. Ooh. Yeah, thank you. Getting my back nice and... No skeleton noises today. Not yet. I can do one. I can crack some joints if you want me to. Okay. Okay. I think I've stretched a good amount. I'm healed. Healed. Free from pain. I wasn't really in pain, but... Let's see. I might move this a little bit. Maybe just a tiny bit. Actually, maybe... We'll have it more like this. That might be cute. Maybe. I guess these do still kind of move with that. In that case, these need to... This actually needs to go underneath this then. How did I do this before? Don't remember how I did this before. Ah! I guess I could just... I mean, I guess I could just key it with this. So that when this is here, this doesn't do this. That's fine, that's fine. That's fine, I guess. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. So I guess do I even really? No, whatever. It's fine. Okay. We save that. That's that done, at least. Cute. Guess I could do the brows. Do the other eye. No. No. I don't think I will. I don't think I will, actually. I think I will not do the other eye. Nope. Nope. Only one eye. Yep. The other eye does not exist. We do not perceive. Nope. Nope. Well, are you British? Yeah, I'm British. Yeah, eyebrow wiggle. Wiggle. Oh, that's all good. Thank you for streaming. Oh yeah, no problem. No problem. Such teensy brows. They're just so teensy. Oh yeah, I forgot about the shadow. That I guess should also be perceived. This doesn't need anything crazy though. That's fine. I think I should have this on multiply though. How cozy your stream is. Oh, I'm glad. Thank you. Yeah. Gotta have chill work time. Okay. And then do I want to make a new deformer? Do I want to make a new deformer? Or do I just want to do it on the art mesh? My bong can be some wine. Oh. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, you can change my color palette with that. My normal one is the lighter color though. The lighter color though. There we go. Words. Whoa. Wah. Turning your accent British forever. Oh god. I can't. I would if I could. Cece, hello, welcome. Welcome. Yeah, I can go rainbow. Box. Thanks for the help last night. You're epic. Oh yeah, no problem. I'm glad I was able to help. Some things can be sometimes you need to like adjust things a good amount to get them like fitting. But I'm glad it was able to be a simple solution. Yeah. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'll just but then it's still like I don't want to move like the ends of the eyebrow that much because then it looks kind of weird. Like that. Wiggly. Look at it go! Here it goes. Off into the sunset. It's like a dolphin in water. forbidden gummy worm. The forbidden gummy worm. Will the tracking actually capture that though? Not that much. So it would capture. Oh wait, actually I think I did this opposite. My bad. This. It would capture like this. Or like angry. Something like that. It's coming for you. Yeah, it's like a dolphin in the sunset. Now, okay, this is a worm. The other way is like a dolphin going through the sea. But then this is like someone on the dance floor just fucking doing the worm. Yeah. How is VBridger working? It's working good. It's working good. Yeah. I like working. I think I'm definitely liking it with facial mocap instead of using VTube Studio as like the tracking input. Yeah. I feel like VTube Studio still has the same delay it normally has when I'm using that as the input instead of iFacial mocap. Yeah. But I can like zoom all over the place with iFacial mocap. Look me go. Whoa, whoa, where's she gonna go? Whoa, whoa, wow, wow, whoa, zoom me, whoa, whoa. I hate BB. Day's going good. Day is going good. Yeah. Which iFacial mocap do you use? I'm just using the normal one. I'm not using the 3D one. Though apparently that is a little bit better, but I feel like this is fine. I'm not sure. I have to like still look into the difference between the normal one and the 3D one. Like, I'm not really sure. Like apparently it gives better tracking, but I don't know in what way. I don't want to buy it without learning that first. I have to look into that first. Yeah. Wow. I think I maybe actually did this a little bit too much. Okay. There we go. Okay, maybe I'll test it out, maybe. I just have to think about, like, if I end up starting to do it for people, I have to figure out which one I want to recommend, because one of them is more expensive, right? So it's like, might be a little bit difficult if, like, I have to adjust everything for one or the other. I don't know. Mouth shrug on your model's cute. Thank you, thank you. Can you look smug? Kinda, like. Kinda? Expressions are hard. Expressions are hard. Gosh, Jim, you can't say that. I'm so sad. I'm so sad. How could you say this to me? How could you say this to me? Looks so silly. Timing the bonk is always going to be the forever experience check. The rainbow moon while you were sad. It's hard to like it's hard to do. I don't like what does smug really look like? I don't know. I don't know. Pretty smug. Am I doing it? What do I want to do? I want to do eye physics, but it's gonna be like 10 years of eye physics. Do I really want to put myself into that right now? I just look stoned. Okay, see, okay, the only thing about eye facial mocap with V-Bridger is I have to adjust it still, because when I look up, my eyes go like closed, even though I'm not opening or closing my eyes right now. But it like automatically closes them, even though I'm not really doing anything. Kind of weird. So I do adjust that a bit, but yeah, I would say my eyebrows, I don't know if my eyebrows track better exactly. It just definitely tracks like more, it's more sensitive, I guess, or not sensitive. It just like is more responsive. Yeah, it's more responsive, I guess. But it's not really exactly doing anything. Oh, you know what? That's one thing that's missing is the face angry. I normally have that in VTube Studio as an input, but it's not working. Interesting. Normally I have the face angry, but it's not working with V-Bridger. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, normally I have face angry input in VTube Studio and the output is set to eyebrow angle. But it doesn't seem to work when I have V-Bridge set up, and I don't know why. Odd. Not sure why that would disable that. Yeah. How do you track your cat ears? It's my brow and eye movement. Yeah. Before V-Bridger, I would already have it set up to do like an angry brows, angry face when I would do it. But with V-Bridger now, it somehow like disabled what I had in VTube Studio for that. I'm not sure. Maybe I have to set it to a specific new input for the blend shape now, as opposed to what it was normally set to in VTube Studio. It'd be set to like face angry, but I guess for maybe V-Bridger has a different input instead of just face angry. Maybe it's a different input that I have to change it to. But yeah, once we have blend shapes in Live2D, it'll be much easier to set up everything. So yeah, probably all of the brow movement will be on blend shapes because that's best, I think. Mint choco or cookies and cream? Ooh, probably mint chocolate for me. think I like that more than cookies and cream. Is there talks of blend shapes soon? Yeah. The current alpha test version of Live2D actually already has blend shapes, but the SDK isn't released yet. The SDK will not be released until the beta version comes out, which will be in the next month, as far as I'm aware. Month or month and a half. Maybe 2 months at the longest, but the alpha test is almost over. And once the alpha test is over, they'll be working on the beta release, working towards the beta release. And yeah, once the beta is out, the SDK will also be out, and the SDK will then, at that time, support blend shapes. So that'll be quite soon. Also, the blend shapes will be able to be used like through VBridger, but they'll also probably be implemented into VTube Studio itself as well. But the thing is though, like once blend shapes are added, I think a lot of things with rigging are going to change. Like all of the brow stuff and like all of the extra eye stuff will probably be done with blend shapes instead of like extra deformers. So it's going to be interesting to see how much stuff changes once blend shapes are implemented. Because I've done a good amount of testing already, but it's hard to do more testing when I can't actually put it into VTube Studio or anything because nothing is supported. Right now, if you export from the alpha, no programs can actually like read the file because it's using unsupported settings. So we'll have to just kind of wait until the beta comes out and the SDK comes out before new workflows are implemented. But I'm excited though. But it's definitely like it's kind of I feel like from the client side, it's a bit like of an interesting situation because I think once blend shapes are implemented, a lot of things will probably change, and a lot of older models might, like people with models that were done before blend shapes, might want updates to be able to use the blend shapes to have a little bit of a better tracking. So it's like a little bit of a difficult situation if you're like going to get a model soon, but then like blend shapes are going to be added also kind of like soon-ish in the next few months. So it's like get a model now, but then you might have to come back later and like schedule a time to get the blend shapes added in, and then like things might have to be redone with blend shapes, and it's gonna be like lots of things to consider, but lots of unknowns, so it's hard to make any like good decisions as well. When you say chains, what do you exactly mean by that? In terms of like workflow, there's a lot of things that are currently done either kind of like brute forced or like with extra deformers to do things that blend shapes would be able to do much easier. And like with what is it? With the way people make the mouths currently, it's fine, but there will be more stuff that you can do on top of that for the blend shapes. And the base forms of the mouth might have to be adjusted a little bit depending on some things, but yeah, a lot of things that were normally done with deformers will probably be able to be done with art mesh blend shapes, and so it's just it's like how much are we going to be moving from deformers to blend shapes? Like mouth types, are those going to be moved to blend shapes? But when I tried doing that in the alpha, it kind of was a little bit wonky. So I guess like the mouth type, like cat mouth or something, that might still be manually like edited in the keyframes. There's just a lot of unknowns currently, because there's also not many people who have tested. People have tested the alpha, but there's only a few people, I would say, who have gone really in-depth with the blend shapes. So because of that, like, I know I've tested the blend shapes a good amount, and I know Mika's tested the blend shapes a good amount, but there's just so many unknowns because the amount of people who have tested it is still pretty low. Especially people who have gone like really into trying to test the blend shapes to like their full extent. There's lots of things that I probably haven't thought of and other people haven't thought of ways to use blend shapes and how they will like kind of stack on top of each other and whatnot. So there's just lots of unknowns. It's really hard to say exactly how much will change, but I think a good amount of parts of people's workflows will change. Yeah. lots of things that were tough to do before will be possible, and lots of ways people did things before will be changed into a way that is a different way of doing it, but maybe a better way. Yeah. I guess the cons to blend shapes is like they can stack on top of really anything. They can deform whatever, so there might be some weird combinations. But for anyone who's like used 3D, like people who have used 3D know that when you combine like if you combine two blend shapes, they'll look fucked. Like that's how it is. So for like that's the kind of unknown part for me is because like in Live2D it kind of does a similar thing where if you combine like two mouth blend shapes, they can get really fucky. Like they'll look super fucked. But same thing happens in 3D, and a lot of the blend shapes won't overlap on top of each other unless forced to overlap, like with a toggle or something. So I guess there's that part of the unknown stuff. And then it's just, yeah. Yeah, really. There's just a lot of unknowns, and there's a lot of like stuff that we'll have to just kind of test once the beta is out. Because I've tested some stuff, but there's some other ways of, like there's also going to be some adjustments to how blend shapes are currently implemented in the alpha versus what will be available in the, oh, thank you, Estelles, for giving the sub to Shishi. Thank you. Yeah, there's just a lot of stuff that might change. The devs could always change stuff from the alpha to the beta, and there's also there's a survey for Live2D that they put out for people who had tested with the alpha, and one of their things was like, oh, we're thinking about maybe changing blend shapes to only be affecting vertex data, not deformers or like colors and opacity. And I'm like, what? And they're like, please let us know your thoughts about this change because we're thinking about it. I'm like, no, don't take that out. It's working. It works fine. Don't take that out. Why would you take out a functioning part of the blend shapes? Why would you think about doing that? So in the survey, I was like, absolutely don't fucking do that. Don't absolutely not. Don't take that out. And I'm just hoping that other people are actually filling out the survey and saying, don't do that. Don't take that shit out. That's a horrible idea. I'm like, I hope someone else filled out this survey and it's not just me, because this is a huge, foolish decision. Ah! So if anyone is here who has used the Live2D alpha, fill out the survey, tell them not to do that. Thank you. Thank you. I will cry if they take out. It's the survey is in the Live2D alpha test channel in the Live2D Discord. Yeah, because they're thinking about taking out the color. So the color things would change, but they're thinking about taking out the color change for the screen and multiply as an option for a blend shape. And I'm like, why would you do that? Why would you do that? Why would you not let us, what? That was one of the main things I was using it for, was the color changes on blend shapes. Like, what? Like, I get that it probably complicates some things, but I'm like, why would you, if you have it working in the, like, I know development is not that simple, but I'm just like, why would you, if it's working, why would you want to take it out? And if people say they like it, why would you say you were thinking about taking it out? Ah! Wah! Wah! I'm sorry. Can you tell I'm very passionate about Live2D? I'm just like, why would you give me such an amazing tool in the alpha and then you're like, yeah, we're thinking about taking this out. We're thinking, maybe it's, I don't know about this one. And you're like, what? 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 It's just... Also, it is it is possible to do with the toggle, of course, but the whole thing is like by using a blend shape, it's making toggles much more compatible with lots of other things, because you could have like physics keyed on an art mesh, but then also have the art mesh like keyed on a blend shape for like a color change, and it's like you can combine those two super, and it's like not an issue because the blend shapes are separate from like, it's not the same thing as like adding an extra set of keyframes on a normal parameter. It doesn't exponentially increase the combinations. So it's like, why would you take it out? Why would you dare mention that you were thinking of taking it out? Yeah, so they're like thinking about limiting the scope of the blend shapes when the scope is already pretty wide. But like I understand there's some reason that they're thinking about limiting it, but I can't. The current scope is covering so many super useful ways of using blend shapes that taking those useful ways of using them out seems very silly to me. So I tried my best in the survey to word it very clearly that I was like, don't do that. Just don't do that. I said in all caps, don't do that. Don't do this. All caps, don't do this. I wrote a very passionate paragraph. Very passionate paragraph. Very passionate. Can you tell I'm putting off the eye physics? I don't know what I want to do. It should be fine though. Do the eye physics, avoid calls. Yeah. So I like physics, but doing the eye physics can be really tedious. Really tedious sometimes. That's all. I don't hate them. I think the part that I don't like the most is the fact that I understand that at some point I'm gonna have to copy them and like reflect them and then like duplicate all the parameters so I can separate the left and right eyes, and it's like thinking about that part makes it a bit like Hey, welcome, welcome. How's it going? It's going good. It's going good. We are making some progress. Yeah. I'm thinking about doing some various things. I want to definitely, because everything is separated, I do want to make use of that and have like a good amount of variation between each layer so that you can kind of tell that they're like moving slightly differently, is my thought. Thing I like doing for physics, really any type of physics, is making sure to move everything in a slightly different way so that you can actually tell that they are not just one big piece. Yeah. Where is it? All of this I was thinking of also doing something. It's this, and then all of these little lads go in here as well. No, I really appreciate that you separated everything so much. It really honestly gives me a lot of freedom because like if I want to move something, I just can. I don't have to think about like whether or not I can. I just can, which is super freeing to have. Let's see. Then these. Can go into this. Oh, it's raining there? I wish it was raining here. It was kind of like foggy earlier, but no longer. What's the best way to toggle eyes? Well, what way do you want to toggle them? Like toggle them completely off or like toggle the shape? Depends what you want to toggle. the shape. So once you've already made the blinking, what you could do, well, so there's a few ways to do it. You could do it on the art mesh if you wanted. You could select all of the art meshes that you want to affect, assuming they've already had the blinking done, and then you can make a new toggle, and when that toggle is on, you just adjust the shape for when the eye is open. And then the blinking will still be the same, but when the eye is open and the toggle is on, then the shape will be different. Or you could do a deformer over like the top, do a deformer with all of the outside eye parts in it, as well as the eye white. So pretty much everything that isn't like the pupil you'd have in that. And then you could make a toggle that adjusts the shape of that deformer above the eye outside parts and change that shape. That's another option. Yeah. Anyone have those shower heads that are supposed to rain down? Oh yeah. I've never had one before, but I've like gone to a place that had one of those, and it was kind of weird. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like it at an angle. I don't really like the water like just going down from straight above, because then it's like, I feel like I have to position myself in a way where it's not, I don't like having like the water drip down like the front of my face. Like I try to have my like face, or like the, you know, like my eyes, like I don't want to get water in my eyes. So like if it's coming straight down from above, then it's like I have to like position it in a way that's kind of like, I don't know. I guess it depends on how each person like enjoys taking their showers, but I'm not really into like just like, I know some people are fine with just like water dripping down their face and like over their nose and everything, but I'm not really like, I'll wash my face, but then I will like, when I'm like washing my hair, I don't want like the suds going down my fucking cheeks, like, you know. But if you like use one of the ones that like just go down the center, then it's like, it's just gonna, the suds are just gonna go straight down your face. Yeah, they're also like pricey. I prefer the ones like, I prefer having a shower head that you can like detach and then you can like spray like your hair at like different angles. I like that a lot because I can really like get in there, you know? Get in there. All right, that's looking jiggly. But I would like yeah, I see, that's why. Maybe I shouldn't have done this after all. Maybe this should go in here after all. Oh yeah, welcome. Thank you. Thank you. I made it myself. Guess okay. Okay. And then this can go in this. Yeah, there we go. So, not sure if I like it moving like that though. I still want it to not be like that different. Do you have your mindset on what the point goal will be for this month? I don't know. I guess I could do that again. I'm just like not sure what I want to make it. I have to think about what I want to do with it. Yeah, I don't know her, but I heard Celia's streams are kind of cool, kind of chill. I don't know her though, but like I heard she was kind of chill. Kind of comfy, kind of chilling, kind of gamer too. I'm excited for the Final Fantasy patch, but I don't know if I'll have time to really dive into that this month. I might kind of have to play catch up a bit. I want to do the new. I know I want to do the new stuff though. I want to play video game. But I have stuff to do. But I want to play video game. I'm like scared to look at. I was seeing a bit of the patch notes. I was watching Lucy earlier when she was talking about the patch notes. But I didn't read all of them yet. And I'm like, I know that White Mage got a little bit better. But I'm like, were there changes? Were there... I know that Dragoon got buffed a bit. I know Astrology got fucking nothing. Fucking nothing. I know Machinist got buffed a bit. I was kind of fine with Machinist though. I heard Samurai got fucking destroyed though. I'll play it over you. You play my stem. I'm busy. What else did I play? Other than Ponga and Final Fantasy, I play. I mean, I feel like I used to play a lot of like. There's a lot of games that are on my like to play list. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. Like Seven Sentinels. I want to play, or what is it? Seven Sentinels. I want to play that game. There's like the new Millennium Files that's coming out soon. Elden Ring. I have Elden Ring. I still need to play it, but there's that. That's like a shit ton of hours. I need to finish Yakuza 7 fucking... I literally haven't... I need to finish that. I need to finish playing through my replay of Final Fantasy 7, not remake, original. I was almost done with it and I like still haven't finished it. So much stuff, and I want to play a lot of games I want to play. A lot of games I want to play. At least like... Yeah. Oh, Lemalicious! Hello! Welcome, welcome. Play Danganronpa? I've played all of Danganronpa. I've played all of Danganronpa. I've played every game. I played V3. Unless there's like some mysterious new secret new Danganronpa game that I don't know of. I played all of them. What other games do I play? I guess I just play a lot of like JRPGs, but I like other games too though. I played a lot of Overwatch back when that like kind of was first out. I have like 900 or 1,000 hours of Overwatch back when that was playing that a lot. I have not played in a long time though. I played a lot of Warzone for a while, but that's kind of like shit now. I like Genshin, but that's not really, you know. Genshin... it feels like dirty for me to like count Genshin as like a game that I would list with everything else. It's like, not really. It's like... Nah. I'm excited for Breath of the Wild 2 though. I am excited for that. Yeah, it's like, Genshin's fun, but it's not... It's still, in the end, it's like a gacha game. I can't really feel like with good conscience. I can't list it next to like actual you understand. I don't have to explain it. You get what I'm trying to say. You get it. I like Genshin and I like gacha games, but they're definitely a different... It's different. Yeah. I'm honestly, I really don't, I'm not like the type of person to really get like, I don't know, I don't really care about like delays for games because I'd much rather games get delayed than be bad. I'd much rather like the devs put in the work the extra work needed, if it is needed, to like make the game even better. Because especially for Breath of the Wild 2, like the Breath of the Wild 1 was like so good and so like, it was just really good. Like, so the expectations are really high, so I'd much rather they take time to just improve it and meet expectations than push it out and have it be dog shit or just like very mediocre, you know? Yeah, no, I feel it. Now don't get me started about Kingdom Hearts, because I have a lot to say about Kingdom Hearts. Oops. There you go. I'm gonna join an on-air gacha. Oh, sure. Get one sec though. I don't have the game up. Give me a second. I need to actually launch the game. Yeah, I'm not like, I've never been like part of like the Kingdom Hearts fandom or anything, but I have been a long time fan of Kingdom Hearts, but that has dwindled over the the years. So many years, so many bad games. Ooh. Yeah, I will say, okay, I don't want to talk too much about it because I could keep going for fucking ever, but with Kingdom Hearts, I saw people getting excited again, and I'm like, did you forget the first Kingdom Hearts 3 trailer we got with the same type of like jumping off of walls and there's like some crazy monster and everyone's like, oh my god, it's so cool, it's gonna be so hype. And then with every new trailer, everyone's like, oh, it's so cool, it's gonna be so hype, look at that cool gimmick. And then the entire game was gimmicks that weren't actually fun to play with. They weren't actually fun to play. None of the gimmicks were really fun. The keyblade switching, mode switching wasn't even like so many of them were like overlaps of each other, or like mostly copies of each other. It wasn't even that unique, and they were like the rides were shitty, and yeah, and like the worlds didn't like matter at all. No. Okay. I'm ready. I'm ready to sell this. Dude, press the button. Press the lever. Press the lever. I'm gonna stare at my phone so I don't miss it. If I miss it, that's on Destiny Child. That's not on me. At this point. Alright. I got it. No, like, Kingdom Hearts did me so dirty. I was so hyped for Kingdom Hearts 3 and it was so fucking bad. It was so fucking bad. I didn't enjoy the entire time I was playing it. I was like so not having a fun time. And that's like such a bummer. And it just kind of got worse and worse. And like the voice acting was like worse than before. And the characters were worse than before, and it just was so bad. It was so fucking bad. I like was losing my shit at some of like the late game cutscenes because I was like, what the fuck? This is so stupid. And like the older game, like Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 still hold up. I've like replayed those more recently and they're fun. Like the voice acting is like a little bit silly, but it's still like enjoyable. But oh man, not 3. That shit is bad. I'll never again. I will never. Never again, man. They've broken whatever remaining trust I had, and I will not like not trust in that shit ever again. Nah. And yeah, hello. Oh, Acella's not a single 5-star. That's okay. It happens. Not everyone can be a winner. But you had 20k crystals, right? Goddamn. Yeah, like I don't know. I feel like a lot of people are like up for more Kingdom Hearts again, and I'm like, I can't. It's like it's really like Kingdom Hearts 3 really stained my like my thoughts about Kingdom Hearts. I really like the older ones, but goddamn, that one really like just made me really annoyed in so many different ways. Yeah, honestly, like literally, don't even play Kingdom Hearts 2. Don't even do it. It's really not even worth. In my opinion, it is really not worth the time unless you really want to do like the what's it called? The stuff at like the end where they have like the doors, like Kingdom Hearts 2, where you have like the different doors and you can do some really super difficult bosses, and those are actually quite challenging. And there's one that's super fucking challenging. But unless you want to do those, like don't even. It's not worth it, man. Yeah, yeah. Even Kingdom Hearts 4, I'm going in very wary. I am not trusting anything. I'm not expecting anything except for disappointment, and I am not hyped. I'm less than hyped. I honestly wish they just didn't even make Kingdom Hearts 3 and it was just like a fan canon. If I could undo Kingdom Hearts 3 in my mind, I would. I fucking would. But alas, things are not that easy. Same. Oh, no, still 4-star. But yeah, they're making Nikke and they're making, oh, what was the other one called? The 3D one? Project Eve, I think that was. Project Eve, I think, was that one? The 3D one? Kind of looked like Blade and Soul. Yeah. I mean, Hyung-tae Kim's all about that ass. Like, that's been a long time known thing. That ain't new information. If Hyung-tae Kim was gonna make a new game, of course the character designs are gonna have big booty. It's in his blood. Oh man, so I think I'm not blessing your polls here. Oh. Oh no, it refreshed! I can't click on it. It disappeared. It disappeared. I can't click on it anymore. I missed your newest one. Where's the people bounce? There it is. Yeah, I mean, like, what is it? Even, like, Destiny Child has some censorship, but some of the censorship that they've done, honestly, I like the designs better. Which is odd, because normally I'm like, I just want, like, as much boob as possible. But some of the designs they've done for the censorship is actually, I kind of actually like them more than the normal ones, which is quite unusual for me, but I wish they gave us the option between the censored and not censored ones, but oh well. But yeah, I think they actually honestly did a pretty good job with a lot of them. Oh, that's why it's on the wrong I. It's on I-L and not I-R. There we go. Let me make this like... Pulling the gacha. Well, at least the few I saw, there's nothing. There's no 5 stars for you. It was not your day. Unless the last one had a 5-star. The last one I missed. Still have 10k. God damn. I guess like when you start, you do get a lot of gems though. Slows down a little bit, but you still get enough for like a roll or two every day, but god damn. I didn't get any. Oh. Yeah, just save for the 6% after the reset tonight. What's your opinion on Pokemon? I would like Pokemon. I would like a new Pokemon game that is not made by Game Freak. I'm not super into Pokemon. I've played a bunch, but I have thoughts. I have thoughts. I have some thoughts about Pokemon. Oh, you're doing some more pulls. Okay, okay. God, Pokemon top 1. Yeah, I kind of wish... I feel like I really wish they like, I don't know. I have a lot of thoughts on like the design of the rival character in Pokemon games, especially recently. I feel like they really should put more work into those. I feel like rival characters can be so good in games, but they really just end up making them super piss easy, like level checks. Oh, another raid. Oh shit. Oh, thank you for the raid. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, welcome raiders. Welcome, welcome. Sprout raid. Sprout raid. Yeah, welcome, welcome. Let me do a shout out. Oh, another poll, another note. 5 stars to sell us. No emotes. Oh, let me do a shout out. Oh, no game. What were you working on? Hope you had a good stream, and welcome back. Yeah, like I really want, like I just don't see why they can't do like a difficulty setting. Like you can have, like they could provide the like normal difficulty, and then they could have a extra difficulty that's like a little bit harder. I just want the rival to actually feel like a rival and not just an extremely obvious like leveling check. But it's like barely, because most of the time when you get to the rival, it's like an instant 5-star. Ooh, nice, nice, Acellus, nice, hell yeah. Pog, Acellus got a 5-star Pog. I just want the rival to be like an actual foe and not someone that I one-shot without even thinking, and it's like, well, anyway, moving on. And like they, even if they have like a good story, if I like one-shot their Pokemon every time, it's like, so who are you again? Do I know you? It's just a bummer. I wish they dedicated more time to making them more of like an actual good rival character with like actual good like difficulty. Working on chibi art again. Oh, nice, nice. Oh, grid. No. Yeah, the ranking's been going good. Yeah. What was that other game that was like not Pokemon, but it was like popular for a while? Oh. Wasn't it on like Steam or something? It was like kind of like Pokemon type thing, but it was like, you know, like not Pokemon. It was like more of like a, what was it? What was it called? What was it called? It was like the kind of Pokemon it wasn't an MMO. It was like online Pokemon game kind of, but not Pokemon, and it had more of like a kind of blocky pastel palette. Maybe not pastel, more Unity color palette. Does that count as a color palette? Toon Unity game. Still such a long duration. No, it's not a Roblox game. What was it? It was like popular for like, well, maybe not pastel palette, but there was one that was like, what was it, a year or two ago, that was like getting kind of hyped, and then it just completely disappeared off the face of the earth. I never heard anything about it again, but like for like a month or like 2 weeks, people were like, oh, this is the new shit. Oh, it's gonna be so crazy. Oh shit. And they were like doing early access stuff, and then it completely just like, yeah, that's what it was, Temtem. Yeah, that's what it was. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah, Temtem. I was like, what was the fucking name? Yeah. What happened to that? I was hearing so much about it for like a week or two, and then it's been like radio silence on my social media ever since. Yeah, like I remember it was like everywhere, but I feel like I haven't seen anything about it for a while. I'm gonna try making this like 8. I don't know. I feel like that so fast. Maybe I need to. Missed that one. Didn't even hear about it. Yeah, I remember I was seeing a lot about it when it first was like announced or whatever. On Steam early access for $42. Oh, okay. What happened? Is it like, is it still, are people still playing it? Oh yeah. Well, thanks for coming by. I hope your headache gets better. Hope you have a good rest of your day, rest of your evening. I need to make this, not this. Forgot to replace this with the highlight move. There we go. Just need to organize all the characters I got. For if it's if they're like 3 stars, you can just turn them into onyx for the most part. Like the purple gems, you can just turn them into onyx. For the 2 stars, you can use those. If you have 2 stars, you can use them to super easily get a bunch of gems. If you get those to level 20, you get 20 gems, and you can just like pretty much like if you're bored, you can just put them in like a team and. Not all, like have like 2 5-star characters in your team, but then have the rest be like 2 stars and just like repeat a map and like get them to 20 and then swap them out for new ones and get those to 20. It's like a super easy way to get gems. It's like a little bit out of time, but if you are craving some extra crystals, that's a little life hack. Or you can put them in exploration for like 12 hours and that will almost get them to level 20. That's like a super passive way of like getting an extra 500 a day. Okay, and then I want to make this longer as well. Maybe I'll make this like yeah, we gotta make them bouncy. I've still got lots of other stuff I will do to the eyes still, but this is the start. I'll probably erase, there's like a little bit of white I'll probably erase here to just make the shape of the highlight more consistent. But let me do, I want to do these individual ones as well. Might just add them on the same move parameter. Maybe just make this a little bit. What does that look like? They sure are moving. Okay. And then maybe I'll make this like Bouncy. Yeah, it's really pretty generous for a gotcha game. Still a gotcha game though. They're all onto my characters to give them XP. I mean that's not bad either. You'll get them from just doing stuff anyway, but that's a good, like, doing the exploration stuff is a good way of getting some easy gems. Let's see. Maybe I'll move this over more. Bouncy. Oh, thank you for the stretch. And the and the leg stretch. Oh, okay, okay, and the hydrate. Okay. All right. Let me drink some of this first, and then I'll get up and stretch. Oh, both of the kitties are just sleeping in the sun. Big chillin'. Okay. Okay, actually, I'm gonna be right back super quick. I am going to go grab some more water because I have actually drank all of my tea already. I will be right back. Sit tight. Watching you. Watching you. Okay, I'm back. Put this here. And scooch back. Ah. Hey. Thank you, thank you. Oh, I realized I should have added you for the rig credit. I forgot to add that. Here, I can add that right now. It makes sense to add you, I hadn't added you yet. 2 moms with that. There's a lot of parents. Let's see. I think it should be updated. But let me know if you'd like me to change the credit though. Oh, those do be moving now. Okay, wait, I need to adjust this a bit. They do be moving though. Yeah, I should do these individually still though. This one a little bit less as well. Okay, I need to tone this down just a little bit. Yeah, good morning. Did you keep 4 stars for anything? Tempted to also feed them to my 5 stars. So there is actually a pretty good use for them. There's a thing called like Endless Duel. I'm not sure if you've unlocked it yet. I'm not sure if there's like a level like lockout for it, but once you unlock Endless Duel, it's kind of like more of an end game thing though. But pretty much you can there's like 3 ones. There's one for 3 stars only, there's one for 4 stars only, and there's one for 5 stars only. But you can't do it unless you fully fill out, I think, all of the slots, so you need a good amount to start. So I have a set of like 4 stars that I use for that to get some weekly gems. You can get like weekly gem rewards for doing that, I think 15 times a week. So as long as you do it as long as you do the repeat like 3 times a week. Same with PvP, you get weekly gem rewards for doing at least 15 fights, I think. Yeah. But to be honest, when you're starting out, there's like 2 or 3 that are pretty good to save. If you need a healer, there's one 4-star called like Leda, I think is her name. She's like a light type supporter, but she has like some of the best healing out of all of the 4 stars. She's super good. So if you need like a healer, I would definitely keep her and like do uncaps for her if you don't have any like good 5-star healers. She can be super powerful at like high uncaps, especially. What game? We're talking about Destiny Child. Mobile game. Yeah. I would like to move this as well. It's a lot of going on in the eyes. I tilted away from the headpad. I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't do it on purpose. Used to play Destiny Child, loved the collabs with Miku, Kimono Friends, and even Dead or Alive collab. Yeah. I was playing Global when the Miku collabs came out, so I got Snow Miku, like the normal Alpha Miku, and then the other Snow Miku. 2 Snow Mikus, and then the like 1 default Miku. I missed the other collabs, so I missed the Kimono Friends and the Dead or Alive collab. I really wish they'd do those again, but it seems like they're not doing any reruns for collabs, which is super sad. Yeah, me too. I like made sure, even though I had already had the units on my Korean account, I was like, I gotta have them on my global account too. I'm glad I got them. Yeah, it really does suck that they're not doing reruns. I really wish they did. I really want the Dead or Alive ones. I got them on my Korean account, but like, my Korean account's dead now. It was wiped for inactivity. Yeah, all of the collab units look really good. I really wish I had gotten the Kimono Friends collab units because they're so cute. They're so cute. The art is like so nice. Yeah, I think on my Korean account I had the same thing. I was missing, I think I was missing Ayane. I had gotten all the other ones, but I missed Ayane. Yeah, my Korean account is so dead. It's so sad. But in a way, it's kind of nice, because for my global account, I have so much I can do. Because on my Korean account, I was definitely like totally endgame, like super endgame. So I kind of just like did the same stuff every day because they're like I had already kind of like basically raised every single unit I could, and there's like nothing for me to really do at that point other than just like do the daily grind stuff, which is still kind of fun, and like the events were fun, but yeah. I didn't really whale at all. I did like the monthly like $5 thing on my Korean account, and that was all. I just played for like a year straight though. I literally logged in like every single day for a year. A bit over a year actually. Like a year and a half. I just played every single day and my account got really fucking good. As free to play, I never felt like I needed to spend more, and the $5 was just like a little like, I don't know, I've been playing this game like non-stop, and I really love all of the artists that work on the game, and I really love the, like, Hyunktae Kim's been an inspiration for me for so many years. So I was like, I don't know, I'll like support the company that like one of my favorite artists like started up. Like, yeah. Yeah, I played like non-stop for quite a long time, and then I stopped. And then I kind of just like didn't touch it, and then that's how I lost my Korean account. Yeah. The Live2D is so good. I still kind of want to... Yeah, I still want to adjust the highlight actually for the blink. This one. This one. Let's see. Highlight, blink. I'd like this to go down here, please. Maybe not that, maybe like here. Yes. Okay. That should be better now. One thing with like rigging is I try to always make it so that you can see the highlight no matter like what amount the eyes open, because otherwise it can be kind of like the eyes look kind of bad if the highlight isn't being able to be seen. I might squish this a little bit more though, because I want the pupil to still be seen like here, ideally. So I might squish this a bit more. If it's the top highlight, I still try to like move it down a bit to match where it's placed. How like if the highlight's like right here, like for example for this, I try to have it so it's still moving down with the eyelid, if you can see that. I want to try to keep any highlights still visible as long as possible so that the eyes still look cute. Yeah, that depends on the styles. In some cases, it's hard to do it. I need to move this up now because I squished it more. Like that's a good amount. That way, even if the eye is like this open, it still looks cute with the highlight and the pupil in view. Same with this way as well. Oh, 1 second. Okay. I think that's good. Let me check it though. Physics. Cute. Looking cute. Do I want to do this to myself? I kind of want to move these highlights down when the eye blinks also, but they're pretty like specifically positioned, so it might be a little bit hard, but I'm gonna try it. Yeah, I can make the highlight. I might make the highlight a little bit smaller, but I'll probably still keep it in that position. That's what I was thinking. Oh, you got a 5-star from the gold one? Hell yeah. Let's see. I'll just need to rotate this a bit, I guess. And then there we go. Yeah, I'll normally deform the eyeball a bit for XY. Normally I'll try to do as much as I can with just a pupil, like the singular separated pupil, but I will sometimes deform it, the rest of it as well for XY. It depends how much I'm gonna deform it, I guess. Further down, honestly. Maybe I'll squish it a bit. And I guess I could do... Let's see. I'd like this too. Ooh, that's not going where I want it to. I guess it's inevitable though, because it's not rotating until... Place the eyeball XY deformer inside or outside the head XY deformer for the eyeball? It depends. I think, what is it? In the past, I've had it like inside of the head XY deformer, but I think I might try not having it inside. Maybe? Because otherwise it kind of like deforms weird at the top and the bottom, which is what I'd have to try to like counter correct for, but might try doing it differently this time. Okay, yeah, this interpolation is not the right one. Not for this. Oh, hello, hello. Hello. Wonder, I guess I could like actually position it higher up for this as well. It's kind of cute. Wonder, I guess I could do that for this too. Yeah. And then I think maybe make it a little bit smaller, but still have it here. Yeah. Yeah, that's cute. Pogging and champing. The ultimate combo. Let's see. I guess this is also... I can stop with the people for now, I think. For now. I wanted to do the physics. Yes. This does not need to be here. The eyelid physics. What? I like chinchillas. Chinchillas are super cute. I used to be really into watching, what is it? Like the dust bath videos of chinchillas. I would watch those like every single day for like hours and hours, and I'd just have them on the back and like on in the background, and I would just like look over. There's something extremely satisfying about like watching a chinchilla roll in dust and like just look very chill, very happy. I could just watch those forever. So good. Ooh. I don't know if I want to mess with the under part here. Maybe just a little bit. What have I done for this before? What did I want to do? Which might be a bit silly. Let's do more. How's V-Bridger so far? It's good, it's good. I think I definitely do like it, but it's just too much work right now. Once blend shapes are out, I think it'll be good to revisit, but I think maybe, I'm not sure if I'd say use it over like just default without VTube Studio. I think for now it might not really be... It improves some things, but it kind of depends on like what you're expecting from it. You won't do a ton, it will make things maybe a little bit more responsive than VTube Studio, but not like a ton. Not like a ton, it's mostly just like how responsive the X and Y movement is, and then the brows, and the eyes a little bit in some ways. Yeah. Oh yeah, blend shapes. I don't have it open right now, but I do actually have a VOD that I have on my YouTube channel from, there was a point where I did actually like kind of demo the beta, or the alpha release. I like kind of showed it on stream and showed working on blend shapes. I thought that was a few months ago, I think. But if you're curious of like seeing videos of how that works, that would be maybe something to check out. Yeah, I think it's fine to use like a normal rig with V-Bridger, but you will lose some functionality though of some like VTube specific things, like the movement config. Like with when you like move far away, it will kind of move your models smaller and stuff, or like to the left and the right, and like up and down. You kind of lose that functionality, unfortunately, when you combine it with V-Bridger. And also, it seems like Face Angry is not like... Face Angry doesn't seem to be working how I set it up before. Not sure why that is like that, but there's a few things that you do miss out on. And if you like how like V2 tracking works in VTube Studio, you lose that. But on the other hand, you get to, it's easier to frown though. So it's kind of like, Because I used to like V2 tracking because it made it much easier to have to trigger like the frowning or like the -1 sides of the mouth form. But with like V-Bridger or using like facial mocap, it's much easier to just like have the frown get detected. So maybe losing that isn't too big of a deal. But yeah, you can use a normal rig with V-Bridger. You just won't be getting a lot of the benefits without having a V-Bridger specific rig. But at the moment, it doesn't make sense to me. I would not suggest doing the extra stuff right now because the workflow is going to change a bunch once blend shapes are added anyway. And it will be much easier, and you'll probably have to redo everything anyway once blend shapes are added, so it might be just better to wait for your sanity because it's pretty tedious and kind of painful to set up everything to work right with V-Bridger right now. But with blend shapes, it will be a lot less pain. A lot less pain. Yeah, in general, I would recommend just kind of waiting for the blend shapes, the SDK to come out with the blend shapes and whatnot for Live2D. But the only, annoying thing with that is you might have to kind of wait till that. You can but there's no harm, I guess, in like practicing with the current way. But it's just a bit too much work for what will be easier later down the line, and like not too long, like a few months at most. Yeah. What was I doing? Then eyelid. Bounce. And then eyelid 1 and 2. Oops. No, you need 4. This looks super wonky. Okay, I should probably do this differently. I did it kind of a bad way. I want to make an entire everything gets smaller and bigger. Former. For the pupil. I'm going back to the pupil. What's bugging me still? Oh. Oh, it's dinner time, isn't it? Yeah, it's cat dinner time. That's why Cotton's like moving around like a shark. Yeah, I'll go feed them. I should feed them. Okay. I'm gonna be right back again. I'm gonna feed the cats. They're getting, well, Rose does not give a shit right now, but Cotton is kind of starting to become hangry. Yeah. Don't bite the fucking plant. Don't bite the fake plant, Cotton. I'm looking at you. Okay. Yeah, I will be right back. Give me like 5 or 10 minutes. It shouldn't be that long. About 5 minutes. I will be right back. Be right back. Okay. Okay. I'm back. Cats have been fed. I'll probably keep streaming for 30 minutes or so, and then I'll probably stop at that point. Yeah. I wanted to do one more. One more. Yeah, the router has been spared one more day. So I'll do one more. Love the box sound. I'm glad. So I kind of want to like do some squash and stretch for the people. Wait. Wait. Let's see. What does this look like? Sure looks like it's bouncing. Sure does look like it is bouncing. Huh. Okay. I don't know, we'll see how this goes. Let's see, I guess. I guess I'll copy it from this one. And then add these in bounce. And I guess I should rename this to people wave instead of I wave people. Okay, guess this should go on top as well. And then I'll make this like 5. Oh yeah, now we're big jelly. Now we're really jelly eyes. That's a little bit too much. I need to tone it down a little bit. There we go. Yes. Still want to make the eyelid better, but I feel like I'm pretty happy with everything else whenever I do eye physics, but I'm never really happy about like the eyelid physics themselves. Because I never know really, like, I don't want to make the edge of the eye socket like going like boing, 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 you know? But I'm never really sure how I want to do it. I've done it good before, but I'm just never sure how I want to do it, you know? I always end up being happy with like the pupil, but I'm not super, or like the iris, but I'm never happy with like the eyelid. I mean, sometimes I've been happy with it, but I feel like it's hard for me to envision how I want to add the physics for it compared to the other stuff. The decay longer. Yeah. So I've like, where is it? I have like a Yanyu's where is it? I have Yanyu's like eyelid preset here with the super long like duration, or like duration. There's that. But I'm never super like, because the thing with that is like it looks good in the editor, but then the actual blinking happens so fast that it doesn't really, it's not really noticeable. So then for that it's like, well, I guess I can make the reaction like 1.2. And then it's still kind of like like 10. Yeah. I'll try 15. That's kind of cute, actually. Even though I have this, if I have it like this, then it's more. More kind of just like one parameter, I guess. If I have it like this. If I make these parameters a bit better, then maybe it's better. Also, I'm realizing that I kind of want to make the eyelid, the edge of the eyelid, a bit more slanted outwards. This, I want to make this more this, I guess. Yeah, there we go. I wanted to keep like the angle like this, like diagonal kind of. It wasn't being kept before, but I think it's better if it's kept like that. But the eye shadow still needs to come down here. Guess I forgot to set it up. There we go. Okay. So hard to, if I want to test, it's gonna be awkward with the other eye. I guess I could like kind of could use a little eye patch item, I guess, if I test to make the stuff not show. Maybe I'll do like one more thing before I test it and end stream. Maybe I'll do. Oh, oh shit! Afraid. Oh no! So welcome, welcome. Wow. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome. Okay, thank you. Let me do a shout out. Yeah. Well, I ended up doing the eye white just on the art mesh, so I can have more move it around a bit more specifically. That's fine. It's not a big deal. Thank you for the raid. Let me do a shout out. Welcome. Here we go. Let's see. You're doing art. Ooh, nice. I hope you had a good stream. What were you working on? Welcome. We are doing some baking. Do I want to do the ears? Maybe. Maybe I do. Maybe I just fucking do. Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah. Let's see. Ear. Oh! Cribs, thank you for the gift sub to Nugget. Thank you. Maybe I'll keep the very edge here though, not moving. So it doesn't fuck up with the oh, that's gonna be kind of fucked. Or not. Okay. Used to be like here. This is kind of fucked. But I wanted to try something like this. Even though it's kind of fucked. I want to see how this works if I do it like this. Here. Okay, okay. And then... Okay. I want to see just how that goes first. Yeah, we gotta have those ears. Okay. Where are the ears? They're there. Change this to IR and brow R Y. I don't know why I have these on body angle X. That's not really. Why do I have this here? Oh yeah. I want this to be the opposite though. Yes, we have to have the boing. Don't like this though. I'm gonna have to redo that. I'm gonna just redo this. And I will just select like here. We go. And then for this, ooh, do I want to do this on the art mesh? Maybe. So let's do it and see what happens. I might not do this, but this is fine. I just want to test stuff. I just want to see what happens. I don't think this is how ears work. But also, maybe? No, I don't know. I was looking at like a tutorial on Bilibili about how to do a certain cat ear, and I wanted to try doing it again. Because I did it for my own ears and it worked, but I can't remember exactly how I did it. Perfectly normal. Perfectly normal. Perfectly normal. Nothing weird. Nothing weird at all. I didn't want this to move much. I just wanted it to be positioned. Man, this is so fucked. This needs to be less. This needs to be like 8. Okay. What do you guys think? This is how ears work. This is how ears work, right? This is how ears work, right? This is how ears work. Why is there so much movement at the base? I didn't mean... Looks a little eerie. Fuck. Fuck. You got me with that one. That's good. Yeah, the bottom here, it's super fucked right here. It's so fucked. I guess I should just, instead of doing it like this, I should do it differently. No, I'm gonna do it different. I want to do it so like, maybe I'll just do one parameter. I want it to pretty much be like that, and then see what I'm trying to do here? Do you see? I need to re-import my previous thing because otherwise it's too... I guess that could be on the first one though. That's looking better. Okay. Yeah, maybe I should have just done it one parameter. I've like wanted to try doing it with 2, but I can never get it to look good with 2. Maybe, okay. So we have that, but I want to try... That's cool and all, but I want to try separating it into like top and like the top part and like the lower part. So what I'll do is I'll try and grab this, copy that, yeah, here. Copy this, put this here. Oh, I should have made that not as harsh of a selection. Yeah. Okay, so copy that, put that there. So it's like the top part only. Grab this, copy this, put this at the top. It's only like the bottom part. It's top part, bottom part. And then here, grab like this. Paste that here. And grab like this. Paste that here. So now we have the bottom part and the top part. And then ideally, when we synthesize these, maybe I should reverse it for the front and the back. No. Maybe. I gotta make them wiggly. No, that's kind of giving a vibe. It's still like kinda Maybe I should make this even shorter, like 3. No. Okay, like 8. I'd make this 2 and make this a 3. That's better, that's better, that's getting better, it's getting better. Ooh, okay. Okay. These are ears. These certainly are ears now. Okay. Why? Huh, okay. So then I need to just not do that then? What if I go like crazy, like... Okay, wait, these are actually looking kind of pog. Wait. Actually looking kind of pog. Kind of pog. Okay, this is a little bit too much. Okay, never mind. Let me tone that down a bit. Kind of pog. So it's I guess total it's 5 params because we have the where is it? We have the like rotation physics, and then we have like the like turn. So these together do this, which honestly looks a little bit odd. But when you combine them with these, looks kind of cool. Yeah, I need to find the link to that Billy tutorial because it was really cool. It was like kind of this concept but better. It was this concept but like better executed than my way here. But it was a similar like vibe. But it was better. That's what I want to achieve. And then I'm still gonna add physics to the fluff. This is just for like the base of the ear. Because you add more physics to the fluff and it gets it super. Okay. I'm gonna save. Yeah. What's the channel name? I don't remember. I had it like saved somewhere, but I don't remember where. I like saw it at some point, and I think what is it? It's not bookmarks. What are they? Reading list? Is it here? Did I put it here? No. No, I super did not put it here. Is it my history? My history? Billy. Cat ear. Oh, which one is it? Yeah, simply just don't save where you put things. That's the best way. Where is it? Live2D. Was it this one? No, this one? Wait, did I find it on like the very first? Oh my god, I think I'm a god. Oh my god, I'm a god. My first click in my history list with just looking at the title, which I can only read the last kanji of. I am a god. Okay. I'm gonna link this here. I'm gonna look at this later to look it over again because It looks super good. It's like a super good ear turn physic with like movement as well. Maybe I should just like I should probably make a Stream Elements like chat command for this, because it's super. I need to reference this like again and again. I found this video like kind of recently and it's like god tier. Here we go. Look at that shit. Peep that. Peep that. That person's truly a god. It looks so good. It looks so good. It looks so fucking good. I wanna make ears that move like this. It looks so fucking smooth. It looks so good. Me watching this video on stream. It just looks so like chef's kiss. But it does like the movement for like I don't know, I just need to look at it again and like do it better. Cause it's really good. I really like how it looks. Super like how it looks. Oops, that's not. An English subtitles, but no, it's only in Chinese, which is why I just kind of have to look at it from like the kanji that I can read and just like looking at the values and watching what they do. It's super good though. No, that's true. I just say kanji because whenever I think of it, I'm just like, well, I know the Japanese kanji. I don't know. I know how to read it. I know how to read it as kanji. I don't know how to read it as characters, as a non-Japanese character. Okay, something like this maybe. Whoa. Okay. I kinda wanna like move this inside too though. Up. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Oh my god, wait. I kind of popped off here. Look at that fluff. Holy shit. I don't know what I did. I like how that looks though. I think I'm happy with that. I'll probably mess with the ears a little bit more off stream though. I want to try to follow that guide again. I think I am going to export this now though, and I want to test it. Export. This might take a while if it doesn't crash on me. The dialogue at least showed up. Now I can export. Ah! Oh god, I made a new folder. God damn it. Okay. In here. Okay. Export. It is exporting. Let's fucking go. Yeah, once I export it and I test it, then I'll probably end stream there. Yeah. Then we got a good amount of stuff done though. There's just like I really just super focused on the eye though today. I didn't really do much else. But I think the eye's looking really good though, honestly, because there's so many parts in the eye, so I wanted to make sure I like actually animated them. I will have to do it kind of uniquely for the right side though, but that's fine. That's fine. It just means I have to be careful when I reflect anything. I can only really reflect the deformers, which means I should have probably done more with just deformers, but whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. It is done exporting. Now I can test it. Now I can test. Nope, nope, not there either. Nope. Okay. Okay. Give me 1 second. As always, for people who don't know, while I'm testing a model, don't use any of the redeems, because that's on you. I told you not to. If you do, that's on you. Alright, we'll load this up and we can test in just a second. Okay. I warned you. Okay, I'm gonna put like I'm gonna put a eye patch over the other eye, because the other eye is not moving and it looks very, very scary. It's okay, we have a handy dandy VTube Studio eye patch. Okay. Okay. Bam. Wow. Yeah, we have the eye patch because otherwise it looks kind of fucked, to be honest. Yeah. Okay, wait, let me... Like, not much is really moving still. I haven't done a ton yet. Here, let me zoom in a little bit more. There. So, like, pretty much we've only done, like, this section. But I think... Whoa! But yeah, so this is with the Foley V-Bridger certified. No, so this mouth is the one that I made pretty much following the exact guide for V-Bridger. So it is like more, it has everything for V-Bridger for the mouth. So Yeah, I know. I just like instantly got so much younger. It's crazy. So there's like there's like a video tutorial that Arkan made for like step-by-step how to do it. I think it's available in the Discord, if I remember right. But it is good, but just like in its current state, it's so much stuff, so much work to make the mouth that it's better to just wait for blend shapes. But this is what it looks like though when you do pretty much everything. The lip press does mostly work, but apparently it tracks better on other iOS devices. Very cute though. Very cute though. Me, I think I have to mess with the eye a bit though, because this is I ran into this issue as well. With the Bridger is like I have to adjust the eye blinking settings, otherwise I don't blink all the way. I have to really like slowly blink. So I adjusted things in YouTube Studio. I adjusted the settings. 1 second, actually. Let me adjust the eye stuff. Eye. So I need to do like 2. Like that, and then 2, and then 0.8, and then 0.1. It still doesn't. Oh wait, that's why. 1 second. 1 second. I understand. What is going on here? I smell right. There you go. Okay, I fixed it. Wink. Yeah, no, this extra mouth is like very. Oh, I did the brow, but I think I forgot to. I've only done the eyebrow form and angle, and it's only tracking the form right now, so it's not really doing too much. I still need to add it in, but I'm gonna do like the rest of the brow stuff, the brow Y, and then the eyelid adjustment as well for that. I'm gonna do that. Maybe tonight or maybe tomorrow. I don't know. I don't know. It's hard to. Cute. Cute. Very cute. Yeah, I think the extra mouth making definitely gives like more character for sure, I think. It's definitely a little bit. I still need to adjust the parameters a bit. But I do think the ear is working pretty well. I still need to kind of I might just adjust the art just a little bit because I realized the back ear has a little bit of like shading from the fluff that I didn't actually notice before, so I might adjust that just a little bit. But I might boost the fluff a little bit more. Actually, I thought it was fine, but I might actually boost it more. Falling in love with myself. Would it work if I didn't put teeth and a tongue on my model? Oh, like the new, like the V-Bridger mouth? I mean, it would, but it might, you'd be missing... I mean, in a way, it would be easier because you don't have to deal with any teeth or tongue stuff, which is what gets kind of wonky sometimes. But it's still a good amount of work even without the teeth and the tongue. Because you actually, with like the... Like in Archon stuff, if you look at like the tutorial, it's not really messing with the teeth that much. It's mostly everything else, like the lips. So until we get blend shapes, it's still kind of like meh. A lot of work. But yeah, the accuracy is definitely pretty good with V-Bridger. If you have like, once you do the full mouth setup, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, you'd probably want all of the mouth parts. Without like the teeth and everything, it might be a little bit hard to get the result, I think. Also, I realized I might need to adjust the eye XY because it feels like it's not like looking that much. I guess I've had like really bumped up for my own model. What will blend shapes do when they come out? It'll pretty much mean that like all of like the lip funnel like this, and the lip press. That will all be able to be done with blend shapes, which will make everything a lot easier. Mainly just like right now you have to do every single corner, or you have to synthesize every single corner for every single thing for 4 different parameters with 3, well technically 4 for 1 and 3 for each. It's just a lot of like careful step-by-step things with the current way, and it's like once you do it, it's kind of hard to go back and like redo some stuff, if that makes sense. Once we have blend shapes, it'll be super easy to I mean, maybe super easy is a bit oversimplifying it, but it will not be as difficult as it currently is to do the mouth shapes and make all of the blend shapes, because currently there's more blend shapes like for the eyes and for just a bunch of other stuff that will make it even better, but it's just not, I don't think it's worth it doing it yet until we get blend shapes, because it'll just make the workflow much smoother, much easier to correct later, and much easier to get it exactly how you want it to look. Right now I kind of had I ran into the thing with like the at certain mouth locations. I don't know. It can kind of look a little bit like bad, and it's kind of hard to like correct it super easily without just doing corrections on like a bunch of different combinations, if that makes sense. So it just gets kind of complicated, and it won't be as complicated. I mean, it'll still be complicated in its own way, but it won't be complicated in the way it currently is complicated. It's hard to describe. But I mean, like, either way, I think this type of mouth will be much more achievable once blend shapes are implemented. I think it will be easier for like even like newcomers to Live2D to achieve a mouth like this once blend shapes are implemented. Yeah, it'll still be complicated, but it won't be complicated in the way it is currently, where it just gets literally exponentially more complicated. with blend shapes, it will be kind of like more, it'll be less like getting certain combos to look perfect, and it'll be more making sure that when you make the blend shape, you make it carefully and you have the art meshes shaped in a way that there's the least amount of weirdness. So it would be complicated in its own way. But yeah. 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 Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, the pouts. Yeah. I think it's coming out super cute so far. Super cute. Super cute. Yeah. I think definitely using Vapour gives more potential to stuff. Yeah, I would say it's not, this type of mouth is definitely not recommended for beginners, not until blend shapes are implemented. I mean, I wouldn't even recommend this for like advanced users until blend shapes are implemented. It's just, I think it's just really not worth the struggle that it is to currently do, when it will be easier to do and you'll have to do it a different way anyway. Like, I'm not sure how much of it will really be something that you can carry over once blend shapes are added, and then you can like, not sure how much you'll be able to really copy and paste onto the blend shapes and then use those blend shapes as the new deformation for it. So, yeah. But it's a good result. It's a really cool result, and it looks good, and it looks cool, and it definitely has like broadened the potential for Live2D mouth tracking for sure. Because up till now, I feel like it was really like 3D was kind of the only choice if you wanted like this type of mouth tracking. But now it's like, oh hey, even if you have a 2D model, you can still like achieve it, but you just need to put in a shit ton of work right now. So if you wait a bit, it'll be easier, I think. Don't quote me on it, but I feel like it will be, there's just no way it won't be easier because of how blend shapes work. I've already tested out blend shapes, and I already, the stuff I've tried to do testing out blend shapes have already, like, I can tell that it's way easier. Yeah. Yeah. No, don't quote me later. Yeah, no, I don't even, I get why people want to do the like hand tracking, but I think like a better mouth rig is like, hand tracking is so niche, I feel like. It's kind of almost like a, I was talking about it on Twitter earlier, but it's kind of like a, like, you know when like a new phone comes out and they have like a new gimmick and they're like, oh, this is gonna be the new shit, it's gonna be so fucking crazy. And then like no one ever uses it ever, and like in actual daily life there's literally no use for it that is like practical. That's how I feel about like the hand tracking. Like, it's a cool concept, but then like in actuality, like even if you set it up, even people with 3D models with leap motion, like there's only, I feel like, I don't know, man. I feel like for hand tracking, it's better to just use a 3D model, or straight up like get a 3D model of just hands and then like use that as an extra source on your OBS. Like, I think that would just end up honestly being like, I wonder how cheap it would be to straight up commission someone to make some basic anime looking hands with like some adjustable sliders or something. Yeah, I feel like like literally commissioning someone to do that, to like straight up make a 3D model of just hands, like arms and hands for you to use with leap motion on top of your model, is a better use of, I feel like it's a better use of like time in terms of like, for Live2D, it's just not worth the time investment. And I think for the client side, it also just would be a better result. Because even the really good, well-made hand rigs is still just like, I feel like 3D still, you know, I don't know. Hands only edition, yeah. Yeah. What extra parameters do you add on top of mouth form, mouth open to get that mouth movement? There's a good amount of them. For V Bridger, it's so what I'm using for this model is for the mouth. I have mouth form, mouth open, jaw open, mouth funnel, mouth press lip open, mouth shrug, and mouth pucker and widen. Mouth pucker widen. It's like one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 extra parameters. But 2 of these are connected to just the base face meshes. And it's so much. It's so fucking much. It's so fucking much. Don't do it. Just don't do it. Don't do it. It's not worth it. I mean, it's a good result, but it's a lot of I don't know. How do you even manage all of them? So Archon has a tutorial, and you can, if you follow it, like, you will get the result. It's just a lot of, you'll have to really follow it closely, and your results may still vary. There's plenty of spots where it's easy to mess it up. The limit isn't 3. It's not an actual limit. They just don't recommend going past 3 because each new set of parameters after 2, each new set of 3 keyframes that you add after 2 is exponentially increasing the combinations that can be made. It's exponentially increasing. So for every new set you add, you are adding so many more things that you're going to have to do for every single combination that can be possible for those. So, like, for mouth form and mouth open, if you were to have 3 on mouth open and 3 on mouth form, that's 9 combinations. But if you are to add another 3 to that combination, I don't know how to do math, but it's a lot. It's... Someone actually using exponentially correctly deserves a reward. It's, in this case, it literally increases it exponentially. I'm bad at math, but I know that. I know this. It exponentially increases it. And so for each combination, it gets crazier and crazier, and it's not recommended to add it's not recommended to have more than 2 different parameters on one art mesh, which is why blend shapes will make everything much better, because you won't need to. It will be okay, because a blend shape is not the same as a normal parameter. It acts differently because it blends on top of everything else. Yeah. 3x3 is 9, but if you add 3 for each for 6x6, then 36. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I was bad at math, but I did listen, but I'm still bad at it, but I know the vocab. Yeah. Yeah, it's just so with blend shapes, you don't have to worry about that exponentially increasing number, because it's not increasing it exponentially. It's separate completely. It still, you need to adjust how much it affects specific points on those connected parameters, but it's not increasing those combos at all, if that makes sense. It's kind of complicated, if you haven't noticed. Blend shape stuff is more straightforward, I feel like, than the current stuff. Anyway. That was my long-ass explanation here. But hey, it was a good way to test the mouth more. It's a good way to test the mouth, is me talking. But I think my physics are looking pretty cute. I might boost them a bit. I don't know though. But I think it's looking cute. I think I might adjust the ear physics more still. But I think looking cute though. Very cute. Very cute. Very cute. Yes. Still not used to the mouth though. I'm still getting used to it. It's definitely different. It's like a little bit more something. A little bit more something. Yeah. Once I rig the rest of the face, it will look a lot less like uncanny. It looks very odd that like the mouth is moving so fluidly and then everything else is like definitely a bit odd. Definitely a bit odd. We will fix it. Progress will be made. Yes. Trying to think. Well, am I gonna? Yeah, I'll probably be streaming tomorrow. Probably around the same time. I have some stuff I need to do in the morning, but oh yeah, part like fucking 5, 6 to the plumbing situation. Someone eventually is coming to come over. I don't know when though, so I might be streaming at some point, and I might like then have to stop. I don't know when that is happening though. I'm so out of the loop. I feel like we had it looked at yesterday and now someone's gonna come over, but I don't know when. When I supposed to yeah, we're just wrapping up here. Yeah, but I think I'll be streaming tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then definitely Wednesday, but like I'm pretty sure I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow. Pretty sure. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I didn't do the mouth part on stream because I did it like last night messing around with stuff, but yeah. Are you allowed to stream the rigging process of the mouth if you use the complex guide? I mean, I think so, but I also already did it. But yeah, the guide's on YouTube though. It's available. Anyone can follow it. It's just pain. It's kind of pain. Rosie, what's up? Yeah. It's a bit long, but it is a full guide. If you follow it part by part, section by section, you will achieve this. But it's still pain. It's still pain. It's pain. Pain Pecco. Pain Pecco. Yeah. That's the title for the YouTube video. For the tutorial. Yeah, Pain Pickle. Okay, let me 1 second. Let me switch back to my model, and then we can figure out who I want to raid today. Okay. I'm back. Do this mouth, is it better to do it before everything else? I mean, I straight up would say just don't do it until blend shapes, but if you really want to do it, I would do it, maybe before everything else, so you know if you want to not do it. Well, so you can still use like the mouth form and mouth open, either way. It's just all the extra stuff connects to that. I mean, you could just take the keyframes off after if you like don't like them, but no, so this model is using the bridger thing with blend shapes. I didn't do all of them though. I didn't do the lip press I didn't do the lip press one for this, but I did the mouth funnel, but I didn't do the lip press. Or the lip press open. I didn't do that one for this. But I did the other stuff, because that's more simple. It's just when you add like the third, the press lip open, that's a whole extra set of 3 keyframes, which is what makes it fucking crazy. But yeah, this one has the pout. It has the pucker and widen, has the shrug, it has the funnel, and I think that was it. I think so. Oh, and the jaw open. But I did the jaw open, not like how Art Gun has it. I did the jaw open more like how pretty much I still have like how I did the mouth form and mouth open. Like I haven't really touched that. The only thing I did was I changed the mouth or the face from like normally I had the face layer having the jaw move down on mouth open, but I moved that to jaw open and then I made a deformer over the mouth and I just moved the mouth down for when it's closed and the jaw open goes to 1. But then when the mouth opens, it doesn't stay low. If that makes sense. The Art Guns tutorial makes more sense than I do. But pretty much I did everything except for the mouth press lip open for this. And I have the teeth, the top and bottom teeth, just how I rigged it originally. I did not mess with that. Yeah. 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 But I think it's not done as well as the other one, technically. I think this one's just more catered towards what I felt up for doing. Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, so the current, like, I'm not using blend shapes to do this. I'm using the blend shapes in VBridger to connect the parameters I made in just normal Live2D. I'm not using the alpha to do this. I'm just doing the normal crazy 4 parameters, 3 keyframes on each 4 parameter, like, pane method. But you can use VBridger to then use those with the blend shapes, or with the God, this is so confusing. The iOS blend shapes, but blend shapes in Live2D are not a thing yet. Those are still not compatible with anything because the SDK is not out yet. It's so confusing. I need to say like Live2D blend shapes, Face ID blend shapes, VBridger blend shapes, VTube Studio plugin blend shapes, because VBridger pretty much interprets the normal blend shapes and then adds those via a plugin by being a plugin. Oh shit, Raid. It connects it by being a plugin and adding those parameters as things that can be set as inputs in VTube Studio, and then for the output you can set your new parameters into the output and connect them to the new inputted parameters that the VBridger adds in there for you as an option. Does that make sense? I'm losing my mind. I gotta eat dinner. But yeah, welcome raiders. I'm actually just finishing up here, but thank you so much for the raid. Let me do a shout out. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna have yet, but I have some chores I gotta do still too. Let's see. You're playing Core Keeper. Oh, okay. I hope you had a good stream, and thank you again for the raid. Hope you are chilling. I am going to. Oh wait, I still have this up. Why do I have this up still? I'm no longer testing the model. Let me see who I want to raid today. Let's see. No, it's all good. Thank you for the raid either way. We've gotten so many raids today. Let's see. I wonder, is anyone else doing? fucking it always gets me like this. I always like search up Live2D and I see me as the top result. I'm like, oh, this person's doing Live. Like, fuck, it's me. It's me. Damn it. There's some people doing Live2D. Let me see. Oh, so fucking. I'm just about to end here, but I will stretch my legs after I raid. Let's see. I wanna. Wait. Let's see. I want to raid. Yeah, man, I'm always like, fuck, it's me. Damn it. Come on. Let me see. Wing. Let me see. Yeah. Do this. Am I doing this right? Okay. Sometimes I forget how to fucking write. We're going to be rating. We're gonna be rating Lil Poogie today. I want to rate Lil Poogie. It's been a hot minute. Alright. Let's see, raid message. I'm just gonna do yeah, we can do one more raid. Let me do a little raid message here. Here we go. Here is our little message. For people who don't know, Lil Poogie is one of my VTuber children. I did her rigging, her Live2D rigging. She plays Valorant. She's playing some ranked as usual, but I hope you will give her a warm welcome, or not a welcome, warm greeting. There we go, warm greetings. Hope you guys will say hi to her and chill out a bit. If you're tired, feel free to hop out, but I hope you will stick around and check her out a bit. Yeah. Thank you guys all for coming today. I will probably be back tomorrow, most likely. And yeah. Thanks for coming by. I will see you again soon. Bye.